I look and see it's not just me.
Jeff, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes
yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
Yes! I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where to go. Tony Khan.
And actually, there was
supportive through this entire process. Of course, we had communicated and talked, but it's not the same as seeing someone face to face.
Hey, close the door. I'm going to run by every time I go to the bathroom.
Oh my God, of course.
Yes.
It's Wednesday. You know what that means? AEW Dynamite is live in Los Angeles at the fabulous Kia Forum.
All right, we're 2 minutes here. I'm going to give you the 5 in about 30.
A win.
Thank you.
So I talked to Tony last week, and he told me there's a plan. So I just got to trust him. You know, I trusted him before, and I became TNT champion 3 times.
Dr. Britt Baker should be better than these. Neck break. Near fall. Let Saraya blow into the shot. Here's our finish.
I decide I'm not only going to hide in Tony's office, but I'll hide in Tony's bathroom.
Oh, shit! She missed that table. She landed right on the floor.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. It was crazy. To get to the bell in 2 and change so we can celebrate.
At this point,
Literally ready to throw up.
Let's do it.
By the ring.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is it.
Let's go.
In months.
Go see a watch out of that Adam Cole, baby. Seriously, every single day, I'd read things like, I miss Adam Cole. The thing is, the bad news, it's not for me.
Hey.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Feels good. Feels so good. I'm so happy.
Let's f***ing go, TK. All right, boys, I gotta go out. All right, he's okay?
I think so. He just needed a minute.
Okay.
3 minutes. 3 minutes off air. 3 minutes off air.
No! Damn it!
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日
Wednesday,
立の細長
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes
綺麗な空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Sponsored by Stephen Paynew. Send an email to our crew by a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください
細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すぐ暖かくなるエアコンがいい
細長だからファジー速暖静かでパワフル日立の
Big Flow.
暮らし刺激人。
日立
What do we got? Super Dave, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Baines sitting at home being paid since 2023 for nothing. Come on now. Not going to be the pod calling some kettle black on that one. Truth is the truth. Vacker was more over than Monet. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow. Vacker was more over than Monet and is going to the big times. Absolutely. And I said that. I think I covered that show. In fact, I know we did. And I pointed out, I'm going to go back and listen to my own comments. But I did make a mental note. And I think I did point out that I thought she looked really good because I had never seen her before. And now that you pointed out, I don't want to say she looked better than Mercedes, but I think the expectation was a little higher for Mercedes, obviously. And perhaps Stephanie exceeded hers and perhaps Mercedes didn't. That's my take on it.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show, Monday night, Netflix and Phil. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. We got a lot to get to tonight. There's a lot of everything, right? Every category, every folder, if you will. And yeah, welcome to another amazing live show. I can't wait. This is 101. Okay, episode 101. Pretty crazy that we've done this many live shows. We had a massive turnout for PWT Live 100. Sorry if you guys hear my voice as well. I'm coming down with a cold again. Or maybe I'm in the midst of it. I'm not too sure. But yeah, we're powering through it. Yeah, so PWT 100, huge turnout. That was amazing. Thank you all if you were there. Of course, as everybody files in, there's over 100 of you across both channels right now. You know I'm going to ask that the likes get rammed up to 100, please and thank you. It helps the algorithm a lot. You guys already know the patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes is at almost, I think, 1,800 subs. And this channel right here, the Clips channel, the main channel, is at, where I primarily communicate with you guys, is at like 6,000 or whatever. We're like 100 away from 6,000. So a round of applause for you all. And yeah, how y'all doing? I'm going to check in with chat in just a moment. We have a lot to get to. So Netflix is on Raw. I watched WWE LFG, which I might just talk about with you guys on the show. I was going to do like an edited thing to review it, but it's not even... I don't know. We'll talk about it. LFG is a fucking amazing show. Okay, we'll get into it. But we have a bunch of WWE news. John Cena announced his farewell tour. I know that the title of this video is very AEW-y, but it's just what everybody's talking about. And maybe some people don't tune in tonight because they're like, I'm tired of hearing everyone talk about this. However, as Phil Marks does, I have compiled the ultimate, the definitive. This should be a run-in if I wasn't so goddamn tired and doing so many shows. I'd have done a run-in about the ring scandal, right? But I compiled every key wrestler, every pundit, the responses, the stuff that was deleted, I got DMs of things that I was given permission to play that weren't even posted by people as well, to further evidence and stuff like that. And no, I'm not joking. So I have stuff to add that you'll only see exclusively here on PWT. So it should be fun with the whole ring scandal thing. So we're going to get into that. The Grand Slam scam, right? The Grand Slam sham. I coined the term. I stand on that. I think I said that before anybody else. You can just go back to my stream that was titled that, like, way as soon as the whole thing came up about, oh, it's not a pay-per-view, I did a whole thing on it. So but yeah, and that wasn't just to be like, it wasn't just to be a hater, you know. I did it because it's funny and I make jokes. And it was a little easy little rhyme scheme, Dr. Seuss style, Sam I am, scam, sham I am type rhyme scheme. So yeah, you know, it's a little salacious, I get that, but I didn't think like the ring would be small too and the posts would be bent in, because it doesn't matter. Well, we'll talk about the whole thing. We'll talk about the whole thing. First, I think I got my plugs out of the way. Let's a little more preview, okay? We got Raw on the docket. You know, what they announced was Rollins versus Finn in a chamber qualifier banger. Roxanne, who's just main roster now, Roxanne taking on Raquel in a chamber qualifier, perfect. Styles versus Dominic, perfect. I love that. And then Penta versus Butch, amazing. Penta's going to continue his undefeated streak. We're going to see arms and fingers get snapped, so not for the, I don't know, weak stomached or the faint of heart. I'm not sure. And then what else? Yeah, I want to talk about LFG. Let me read the description. Dave Meltzer got bullied by fucking Bubba Ray, and he was bullying dudes on LFG. What else? The Sickos came out. They're fucking losing their minds. We have a new fool who made the list. I might have just spoiled it there, but we have a new fool on the list. I'm so excited. To introduce our newest fool. And what else? We have people melting down. We have all these journalists who claim they're quote-unquote journalists, and the gatekeeper media who claim they aren't fucking shills and call everyone else paid shills, but then they're melting down and have the inside scoop, and everybody knows where this ring came from, apparently, and all this stuff. So we're going to get into that. Buddy Matthews got injured. Fuck, man. There's so much to get to. So I think enough of you filed in. I won't make you wait much longer. Yeah, so run the likes up to 100. I know, yeah, let's just get into the whole ring scandal, right? Because I already started ranting about it, and I know that everybody wants to talk about it, and it's the talk of the town, and people are saying it doesn't matter, and some people are saying it does matter, and I'm going to give my take on all of that. We'll see if Awful Wrestling will jump in here tonight as well, because he was really the crux of this whole fucking thing, right? So also, I sent him a link, and he's probably busy, but I was like, hey, if you have anything to add, I know he's already, you know, you can just go on his X and see everything you need that needs to be said, but just in case, I do have an exclusive from him to add to this, though, something he did not post that I was given permission to post. or not to post, rather. Well, yeah, I mean, I could probably post it. He wouldn't care, but he didn't go ahead and post this next. He's got like the fucking Zapruder film of the the AEW ring. We're gonna play it here tonight, folks. Okay, so it's amazing. Okay. So where are we starting here? I guess I put this whole ring news stuff. Basically, it's in the sickos category, to be honest, because I was like, this is an all-out sicko war. We got fucking, people arguing with each other. We got accounts, we got wrestlers like responding to awful wrestling. His name's Awful Wrestling, AEW Full Wrestling, and AEW wrestlers are selling for him. Like, what the fuck, man? Come on. Imagine, like, I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm wrong, but does LeBron James maybe not LeBron James. Are NBA players responding to like NB hater 001? You know what I mean? Like, fucking show some professionalism, guys. You know what I mean? Let me just see. I just want to make sure that there's no ring stuff. Did I put all of the ring stuff? So before I play an Ichi Nisanda, sorry, I know, bated breath. I'm just trying to make sure it's all in the same folder because I did put it in Sicko War, right? Because that's primarily what it was, So the Buddy Matthews injury stuff will be in there too, and then we'll cover it again briefly when we get into the whole. I'm just adding things to bookmarks here as well on the flyer. So hang with me, folks. But yeah, we will do an Ichi Nisanda, and I'm actually going to check in with chat before we jump into that whole thing. So fly me to the moon. No. Let me see here. So yeah, I'm going to put this in Sickos. Yeah, that belongs in Sickos if we're going to do it that way. Sorry, guys. Thinking on the fly here. Okay, so that can leave this folder. And then we got two of these ditties right here, so we will put this one in the Sicko as well, just to make sure we have all of our bases covered. I just want to do this as appropriately as possible, just to bring it succinctly. And then we'll get to Raw, of course, but this is the perfect way to start off the show, I would say, is by, going over this huge scandal. I see chat blowing up. I'm going to check in with you guys as well, okay, before I get into it, and then again after, obviously. But I'm curious what you all think. Here we go. So let me unbookmark that there. Okay, so this will be okay, let me check in with chat. 34 likes, 126. Yeah, we got 170 of you guys watching across both channels. Run the likes up. Kevin Durant does. I knew that was coming. I was gonna say, besides Durant, to say he responds to himself. He's trolling himself. He's NBA hater. What's his number right now? Holy shit, NBA hater 028 or whatever. I forget Durant's number right now. Awful got mentioned on JD's clip. What's good, everyone? Difference is they shill for AEW, not WWE. Yeah, that's what we're gonna get to. Bullies bullying. Yeah, that was funny. That BJ Ray guy on LFG. That was fucking hilarious. I don't know if you guys watched that. 100% paid shills. WWE feeds them lies and they get everything wrong. AEW feeds them lies and they get everything wrong. Yeah, or they know shit. Well, my thing is that they know shit about AEW because AEW loves to talk to them, right? So that's where they all know where the ring came from, and all immediately we're like, no, the ring this. But WWE feeds them bullshit, and that's why they're just wrong about everything. Okay, so everyone in chat, it is time for... Oh, yeah, I kept saying we're going to play an Ichi ni Sanda, but we're actually going to play a Sickos for this one because this is our Sicko segment, which I'll save some Sicko action. I don't know, maybe do we introduce a new fool tonight, chat? It might be too much for one show. We might have to introduce a new fool on the next show. I think that might be. Chat will let me know. Chat will let me know. But yeah, if you guys are watching, you'll obviously see. Yeah, and Awful was fucking dudes up, man. He had Brandon Thurston deleting shit too. Awful was fucking dudes up with this ring thing, dude. So okay, let's go into the sicko category. Sorry, guys, I'm just scrolling through. I just want to make sure I have all the bases covered. I don't want to leave anything on the table because we did cover some of this live during the actual event. Awful and Marv the Movie Monster, of course, came on, and Toonie Talk invaded this show on Saturday during the 100th live show, and yeah, so Awful was like right in the cut, just telling us, you know, what was happening. So anyways, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our here, we'll share this. It is time for our sicko segment. So QT Marshall basically starts going at JD because JD picked up on the story. Now, what is the story, Phil? Well, there was a fucking ring scandal, the Grand Slam scam, besides them moving the event from, you know, a stadium to an arena and people walking up and buying tickets that other people bought for like thousands of dollars more, and the seating being shit, and people having to wait in rooms for hours before being let in to sit down or pee anywhere, and the merch being an atrocious botch as well, which we'll get to. The main thing that everyone noticed was the ring, and we were laughing about it on the live show. They go live. Awful already had pictures, and he's like, hold the fuck up, what's with this ring? And then during the show, no one really said anything. It wasn't until after the show that a bunch of wrestlers, QT Marshall, Steph DeLander, I mean, a billion of them. I fucking Will Ospreay, everybody, okay, was talking about this goddamn ring. Now, visibly, we can all agree when the show comes on the air, I mentioned it. Yo, what's up with this fucking little ring? You know? And I said it's 16 by 16. Marv the Movie Monster gave the benefit of the doubt and he said, I think it's 18 by 18. And the space between the ring and the barricade was just ginormous, okay? And it definitely looked different than what AEW normally has, so you can't blame people for pointing that simple thing out. And it was just another thing on top of everything, you know, like people in Brisbane, I'm sure they can go to fucking an indie and see a 16 by 16 or 18 by 18 or fucking 8 by 8. It doesn't matter. Like, they can go to a local Fed and see that. Me personally, which I think I bookmarked my own tweet, but myself personally, I think that when you're the quote unquote big leagues, like WWE, they use a fucking 20 by 20, you know? They have their standard shit that they use, and that's what they use. And you should just expect that if you're like the cream of the crop, a television show that's touring around. You should just expect to get the fucking big ring because that's part of like, oh, this is the majors. We major? Uh-huh, homie, we major, right? Not shout out Kanye right now, but it, you know, the 20 by 20 makes it feel like big boy status, even though I pointed out as well, UFC, depending on what venue they go to, they use a different size ring, etc. But it's just the fact that this ring thing happened on top of the merch stuff, on top of the ticket thing and no refunds, and on top of the stadium show being moved, and on top of all the fucking shenanigans, okay? So Awful Wrestling is really the one who pointed this out. Now, we will see some of his bookmarks and him going back and forth, jousting with Joey Janela and shit. But I just want to make sure I say that because on the live show, I had all of Awful's shit bookmarked, and he was here talking about it all and breaking it down. The posts were slanted in. We have pictures. The steps are small, etc. And he deserves the credit because, and as I was laughing about before the segment started, folks, imagine you work for AEW and there's an account called AEW Awful Wrestling. And you're like selling for him and shit. Oh man, it's too funny. Right? So of course we made the joke, besides Kevin Durant, what NBA players are responding to like NB Hater 08, right? So, and I'm not like Awful's an ingenious fucking troll. He really is. He's hilarious, you know? But and like he has a following, so I get it. However, that being said, just why even sell the dude if it's not a big deal, you know? And everybody jumped to the defenses. And then you have a bunch of people saying like, oh, they couldn't ship a ring out there and WWE can ship a chamber out there. And yeah, I mean, that's true, right? I mean, you think about it, it's not like they had a chamber kicking around in Australia, so they had to ship that. Now, did they ship the ring? Did they ship the parts for the ring and build it? I don't actually fucking know. I'd have to ask around, you know? I might actually DM my guy Husey and see if he can ask someone who can fucking allege, maybe, who actually knows how this stuff works. Maybe I should have did that first before this as well. But I actually don't know. Like, does WWE, when they go to the UK, they don't ship their own ring? Are you sure about that? I don't know. Where's my I don't fucking know here? We need it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Right? But ultimately you'd think that if you're the big leagues and you're the competition, the key demo and all the stuff that we have to constantly hear about and be berated with, the best wrestling company, I despise these. If you like WWE, you're a dumb fuck, poor brain dead. I despise, you don't even love wrestling. All that shit we have to listen to. And like, motherfucker, you can't even get a proper size ring out there. Like, clearly, the wrestlers are going to say, we had it planned for months. Well, did you? Because the fucking barricade to ring ratio is real far, dude. So you think you would have like configured that and had everything moved in closer? Or did you just want more room for hardcore spots? I don't really get it. It doesn't really add up. It makes me think something fishy kind of went down, but there's people, literally wrestlers, saying I bumped in that fucking ring. Now I'm also hearing all type of allegedly shit too, that like, you know, talent are pissed off, but I don't know if, you know, I never heard that from a talent. No talent was like, I was pissed off because the ring was fucking. So I don't know. That's all just people talking shit too. I don't actually know anything. And I'll be the first to say it. To what I'm ignorant to. But what I do know is that some of the math ain't mathin', and we're going to fucking cover it, and we're just going to look at the arguments back and forth and maybe draw some conclusions. There's people who deleted tweets and shit, right? Like Buddy Matthews. So we're going to get to all that. So first, I just want to also say Cultaholic steps in today, 8 hours ago, roughly, with their video. Lonely wrestling, quote unquote, fans spend whole weekend arguing about whatever. So I quote tweet this and go, so according to Cultaholics, you're lonely and not a fan of wrestling if you spent time bitching about the Grand Slam ring. Meanwhile, 80% of the discourse is coming from the media and the wrestlers themselves. Wankers, right? So they're talking about it. I'm going to be talking about it. Listen. This whole quote unquote, you're not a fan, man. Fuck you. I'm unsubbing from you because fuck you. Sorry, I had to bring that to the show. I cannot stand that shit. I'll never tell any sicko. The most sicko is sicko. I'll never tell them they're not a fan. You know what I mean? I'll tell them they're not actually a fan of fucking. They don't care if wrestlers get hurt. They're not a fan of like the wrestlers themselves. They're just a fan of like McGraps. There's people like that, but they're still fans, dude. Can't say they're not fans of wrestling. Anyways, so JD goes back and forth with fucking QT like a few times, and QT's in there mixing it up as he's been doing lately, right? So basically, Steve Muehlhausen, whatever, says, while I can understand that to a point, why did they get a smaller ring then? So he just asks the question, right? Because the report is like, well, they planned on having a smaller ring or whatever the fuck. So he just poses the question, and then QT answers it, and I think this is fair game. Oh yeah, no, that's not it. But I think it's fair game. Marshall says the AEW ring is a design that only AEW has. So someone explain that. Is it because like the way their posts connect to the fucking? I think it's the way like the framing is done. If my eyes don't deceive me, but I'm also a noob. I've set up 0 rings other than shoddy backyard ones, so those don't count. It's very rare that an independent company or a major company has a 20-foot ring. Very true. That's why AEW's that's part of the attraction of AEW. No? That's why I'm going to pay money to see Kenny Omega wrestle in a 20x20 or Ospreay wrestle in a 20x20, because for the last decade, I could see Ospreay wrestle in a 16x18 and all these others. And no, am I wrong on that, chat? I don't know. Maybe that's my take that no one else has, but that's where I keep going with that whole notion of like, well, it doesn't matter. It's not 20. It's like, well, it kind of does. You know, I'm okay with it, but maybe like for TV, you use the smaller one than the pay-per-view. Make sure you have the big one. No, that's just, I don't, anyways, I could harp on that all day. He goes, this ring is an 18-foot ring. Okay. Hey, dude, I wasn't out there with a fucking tape measure. Was it 16, 18? Is that really is that the big difference? The fucking idea was it was 18. Now, some people will argue, well, Phil, if it was 16 foot, and that's why Matthews got hurt, and Matthews tweeted the shit out, and he may have been working people too. We don't know. We'll look in with chat and see, was Matthews working? I don't know. I'm going to defer to you guys because, you know, it's why we're friends and we talk this shit out, right? So this ring is an 18-footer. Okay, I'll take your word for it, QT. TNA has been using for years and older ROH as well. Okay, what about them? And then also, so you just compared it to the indies then, you know? Oh, TNA is not competition for AEW. Well, they're doing TNA type shit. And you know what I mean? So you're comparing it to all the indies. All the indies use 18-foot rings. Anyone but WWE. Okay, so you guys aren't the competition, and everyone being like, oh, it's the greatest. Like, we can admit WWE is number one as far as all the other metrics then, or what? Like, you know, I know they like to hide behind all challenger brand or it beat WCW. Yeah, we don't care, dude. And we don't want WWE light, but we want sports-based wrestling that's actually booked in a fucking way that is going to just look at the man. If they kept the audience even they had at the beginning and kept like that 900K 1 mil all these years, people would not be clowning on it hard, bro. They would not be even clowning on it. It would get tiresome. We'd all be like, come on, man, they're drawing 1 million viewers. What do you mean? It's not even that far off from Raw and shit. But they didn't. It just steeply has been declining. So, like, that's all we want is that to get fixed. What has to get fixed? Fucking Tony Khan's brain or creativity. I don't know, but people were booing him. I covered that last show too. People are rejecting Tony Khan. It's not even so much AEW anymore. It's not even like people don't think Ospreay is good and shit. He's good, man. He has good matches and shit. It's just like, and I get it. It's not for everybody. I critique him the way I get mad when fucking Punk and Rollins start doing pile driver kick out, this move kick out. I call that shit out too. So, it doesn't matter what Fed it's in. So my criticisms of Ospreay are well known. I fucking said them a billion times. But I'm a fan of the guy. I love his music and shit too. Yeah, I think he's good at promos when he's like ripping backstage. He's better than Kenny on the mic and shit, you know. But yeah, it's because he goes on to say, I love the ring and stuff. But then you have other people, whether they're working or not, being like, oh, this shitty ring, I got hurt, crushed my ankle. We'll get into it. But anyways, you're just basically saying this is the TNA or this is the ROH level, whatever. You're not the fucking big leagues like everybody tries to convince everybody it is. And that's all anybody wants. They just want sickos to stop trying to convince everybody that it's something it isn't. That's all. And I actually like the smaller ring for the style of wrestling in AEW. I do. I think it suits them better. Just own the indie thing. Just own it, man. Be way cooler. Anyways, though, I'm harping on other shit. But why is this a talking point? Well, because why wouldn't it be? You guys have a 20-foot ring on every show. It's smaller, inevitably. Whether the show was an amazing success and the gate was 5 billion, a talking point everyone would talk about is, why was the ring smaller? So you just don't like that it's a talking point that dogpiles on top of every other thing that's happened. And that's what no one's going to admit. No one's ego is going to let them admit, yeah, and ride for your team. I'm okay sticking up for it, but that's why, okay? It's because they lied about it being a pay-per-view, then lied about lying about it being a pay-per-view. They fucking, all of the stuff we talked about, there's merch stuff we're going to talk about where they people couldn't buy merch or whatever. All of these things, dude. So you just don't like that it's a talking point that's negative. If the show is just a smashing success, Basil, and then the talking point was like, well, they used a smaller ring. What's up with that? You'd be like, yeah, well, it worked. And I mean, it was a great thing. And Buddy Matthews didn't get hurt and shit. That would, if the ring had stairs, like imagine if WWE pulled up and they had like a stepping stool to get in the ring. People would be like, where the fuck's their stairs? That's why it's a talking point. It's not because like, fuck AEW. It's because if they did that, if WWE did it, you guys want to be like WWE, right? That's the whole idea. Okay, so it's just the same criticism. It's not even a criticism. It's just don't cope over it being a talking point. Obviously, it was going to come up, QT. Obviously, it was going to come up. You guys knew that before. And I feel like that's why they're defensive. Because it's just all the dogpiling, and they knew when the fucking pictures went up of that ring, people are going to be like, oh, shit. They knew people online were gonna talk about it. And that's why everybody's defenses were already ready. And the whole wave outpour of like, what? You know, that's my opinion. I also don't give a fuck. It stopped being a distraction for me halfway into that tag match. I got to be honest. Anyways, though. So JD goes, hey, QT, does management plan on thanking the indie promotion that saved Grand Slam? Maybe a proper shout out to the young students and indie wrestlers that drove it all the way to Brisbane. Could be a great moment of recognition for an otherwise unknown promotion. Oh, I mean, that's cool, but like, yeah, they don't need to shout them out, dude. That's none of your business, JD. You know, like if they paid them and whatever, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. This guy's like, you're a weirdo, dude. How do you sleep at night? Like, it's okay. He's just being coy on Twitter. How do you sleep at night? Come on, bro. Yeah, so moving along. QT Marshall then bites on this, though, and goes, JD, the ring was rented from PWA, so sure. Thank you, PWA, for letting us rent a ring months in advance. So months ago, they planned this for their pay-per-view that they were saying was a pay-per-view. 7 days before the show, they were tweeting out it was a pay-per-view. And then it wasn't a pay-per-view. But months ago, they fucking planned on having this ring for their pay-per-view. That's where you start to go,
You what?
right? That's where you start to go, okay, so someone's like real incompetent.
Stupid idiot.
So like you couldn't get the resources and get a ring made months ago. And we're supposed to be like, oh, like Dave Meltzer's going, they're getting paid now that these checks are coming in for $3.6 million per week. Tony's spending that money. So we couldn't have a ring manufactured months ago. Are you telling me they can build buildings in months? They can build stadiums and then take them down in less than months, plural. But you couldn't have a wrestling 20x20 wrestling ring constructed in Australia. And you're planning on going back, right? So, and that was announced, right? We covered it on the last show. They're going back in 2026. So it wouldn't be a good long-term investment months ago, maybe craft a ring and then find somewhere to store it. Maybe with PWA or something like that. Maybe they have a storage, you guys, whatever. And you give them a little fucking note when you come back to Australia or whatever the fuck. And then you have it there so you can tour it around, right? You're planning on investing and building the market. No, are we looking at the future? We just like hotshot booking here, not really planning stuff. So that would be my criticism
Stupid
there,
idiot.
right? Like, it's kind of now sounding a little copy. So months ago, you guys rented this ring, but months ago you couldn't have like had one built. And they have one built. You think WWE builds one? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about AEW. Talking about the 3.6 million checks every week. Right? That's what we were told, that Tony's looking to spend that money now. Okay, so he couldn't have gotten a fucking ring built. Like, why was the stage setup shoddy? Like, it just wasn't. It was just basic too, you know. It wasn't, and not because it's this massive sellout thing to where they have to minimalize the fucking entrance. It was, I don't know. They lost their identity. Remember, like early AEW where the pay-per-views had like themed sets and shit. What the fuck happened? It's crazy. So I don't know, man. Now you're starting to question it because Marshall's just saying too much. Like, don't even answer JD, dude. Don't even answer him. So he's just saying too much. Now it sounds stupid. We appreciate PWA for living up to their end of the business deal. Yeah. Okay. And yes, shut up, PWA. But yeah, QT, you guys, like, if you guys are going back to Australia, then maybe, yeah, just construct a ring 20 by 20 and store it somewhere. No? A specially made one. Put one on air. That's a global. We're getting all in everywhere in the world. Well, fucking, okay, invest then. Make an investment. WWE's doesn't do that. I don't give a fuck what WWE does. I'm talking about AEW. Stupid right? Idiot. And it always goes, what about? And they always like to play, it's always, what about WWE? You just want WWE. And then whenever it serves motherfuckers, they go, well, WWE doesn't this. Compare. So it's okay when you compare to WWE, but it's not okay when I compare to WWE. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's so weird that we're not allowed to fucking just have thoughts without people just completely fucking spurging out and completely letting their egos get the best of them. Like, dude. And QT's not even being that shitty here. I'm actually kind of on his side with the whole, like, well, why does it matter? But then why are you answering and stooging? Oh, we got it months ago. So again, I'll just bring it to WWE's investing in NXT, ID, NIL, LFG, Evolve. Their whole thing is about making the future of the pro wrestling business better for all of pro wrestling. What the fuck is AEW doing to cultivate young talent? This is one of my earliest criticisms of AEW. One of my earliest fucking criticisms of them. If you go way, way, way back, Time Cop, you'll see, dude. And so I don't give a fuck what WWE does. I'm asking AEW, the billionaires, $3.6 million from WBD a week. Why don't you just build a ring then months ago and have it stored there, and then so that when you guys go there, it's not an issue and you can clown the fucking haters? Why not be 10 steps ahead? Why not think future forward? I just don't get it. No one's ever doing that. So again, I'm spending way too much time on little things, but this is the stuff that irks me that no one even talks about. And that's why you guys are listening to PWT. I'm on one tonight. Okay. So, yeah, shout out PWA, by the way. They saved the show because I guess they would have had no ring then. What would the ring have been? 12 by 12? No, I'm joking. I'm being a dick. Glenn Gilberti says, nobody is going to pay to ship a lone wrestling ring to Australia, regardless of whether or not they can afford it. Nobody. So I liked this because I went, okay, Glenn might actually know, right? He might actually know, have an answer to that as a guy who would know, right? Who works with or has worked with and is close with people who would be in the know on that, at least to some degree. So I don't know. To me, I'm like, okay, thank you. That's, if he's saying nobody, he's not going, but WWE would, he's saying no one would do that. Like, you got to outsource it or whatever the fuck. You got to get it where, you got to get it in the country you're in. Okay, great. We're going to skip over some of the sickos because it doesn't pertain to the ring stuff, okay? So Will Ospreay, bruv, said he liked the ring. And then this guy's like, indie mindset. Dose Evil's like, you should get a tattoo of it. Oh, fuck. Fuck, man. Everyone's roasting him. Yeah, it's okay that you like the ring, bro. There's nothing wrong with that either. But, yeah, so that's not, it's just funny how everyone jumped on him. So you're confirming Tony doesn't understand how to ship things, or see, this is where it's like, we don't know what wrestling companies do, bro. So I'm not about to be like, he can't ship a ring over there. You know, I'm not about to say that personally, but if that's your take, then that's your take. I would think, to me though, that's what I'm saying with the whole the 3.6 million every week. Yeah, you should be able to ship a ring, right? I would assume that as a fucking plebeian, as a simpleton when it comes to the pro wrestling business. I would assume that. So sorry that fans assume that. But I think what I'm saying is more legit. You could have just built one there, bro. What do you mean? There's not wood and steel and shit and fucking cable in Australia? What are you talking about? Anyways, so that's Julian Week stuff. People are going at Julian Week's heart. So Awful's got fucking Thurston deleting shit. So Steve Muehlhausen goes, love seeing people getting upset about Grand Slam not being on right at 10:30 Eastern. So this is another thing, just a side note. And he goes, all you have to do is read their tweet from earlier in the morning saying it would be on either at that time or when All-Star Saturday night ended, is what he meant to say. And I just quote tweeted and was like, what if you don't have Twitter, bro? Because if you just clicked on Max, because we did it here live on the show, it said this show's in progress and live. And then it's just a blank screen and nothing's on. And then on TNT or whatever, I was watching it and it was 30 minutes deep. And then it aired on Max 30 minutes behind or whatever. So no, it's not that easy, bro. Not everyone uses fucking Twitter. And a lot of y'all are on Blue Sky or whatever that shit's called now. So Baydala, right, goes, so let me get this straight. One of our fucking fools, by the way, who followed me and was like, yeah, I made Pro Wrestle Times. And I never followed this guy, by the way. And he followed me and was like, oh, I made the Times? Because we were talking about him. And then he saw, it was the video of him making the list. And then he fucking unfollowed me, dude. It was so funny. But he's like, let me get this straight. The show is very good, flowed great, wasn't long, and advanced current major storylines, builds towards AEW Revolution. I also have to say this, man. And I tweeted this out. One of the... Now, a lot of people are going to get mad at me because a lot of people say this. Even some of my friends. And I apologize, but I got to keep it real. Saying this advanced the storyline. They advance stories. They advance storylines. They progress storylines. That's fucking stupid to ever say that. That goes without saying. That's something that everything's doing, whether it's good or bad, whether it's a little baby step or a giant leap for mankind, okay? If you add something to the canonicity of a fucking story, period, of a television show, because it's a TV show, that is progressing it, whether you like it or not. It's just this thing people say like, oh, it progressed. Even people do it in WWE. Now, I'm not saying you can't be like, oh, good progression, like, oh, that was good beat to the story or whatever. I'm not saying you can't fucking put it over or criticize that. What I'm saying is that goes without saying. Just blanket saying, oh, they progress stories. How? By having a match? That's everything. If you add anything, whether it's good or bad or big or small, to the canonicity of fucking anything, okay? You add an episode of Breaking Bad to the fucking, you know what I mean? That's adding. That's progressing a story. Regardless, if they go back in time like Time Cop or whatever the fuck, you're progressing a story along, okay? Just so everybody knows. So that's one thing. Everybody says it now, and maybe that's why I'm triggered by it. It's like, okay, that's not like a point. You don't get a point for progressing a story, okay? That's just adding. Every new episode of Dynamite that ever comes out, even if it's the biggest atrocious piece of shit, does that. Or whether it's the best mind-blowing episode of pro wrestling ever, it's adding or progressing stories, okay? Anyways, Tony Storm, Mariah May main evented and killed it. Y'all are hyper fixated on the size of a ring. Do you see the problem here? I'ma go get some wine. Do you think in real life he's like, y'all are hyper, I'ma go get some wine, man? Do you think that's really how Baydala talks?
You just made the list.
And so, yeah, people are hyper fixated on it. But again, it's you guys trying to get your clicks in. Like, it's all these motherfuckers. If you didn't care, I'm going to get some wine. Then don't say shit. Don't say fucking anything about it then. Right? But you're a pundit too. So don't make it out to be ridiculous to talk about when everyone's talking about it and then proceed to talk about everyone. That goes for all you wrestlers, All you fucking me. You don't hear me going, why is everyone talking about this? Because, motherfucker, it's what everyone's talking about. You're all talking about it. Holy shit. Fuck, man. People are so dumb in 2025. I'm snapping today. Social media's made people super restarted. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just being honest, bro. It's crazy. All right. So moving along. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all see that, man? I don't know. Andrew from the block. You fucking Baydella from the block. Why don't you tell me? Steph Delonda, right? Two bad bitches, one hot track. She goes, MFers be arguing about the ring AEW used. Let me tell ya, out of every single wrestling ring in Australia, I promise you they chose the best one by far. No other ring in the country I'd rather bump in, LOL. Yeah, well, if that's the case, then they should have built one themselves, like I said. That was, like, better. State of the art, fucking top of the line. Not dissing, but people got hurt on that shit, man. And Buddy tweeted it out, then he was forced to delete. So if he was working, they would have let him keep that shit up, in my opinion. I think he dead ass thought it was 16 by 16 and didn't know. But I don't know who's arguing. The wrestlers, you guys are arguing with, like, Awful and JD and shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not fucking saying you can't do that, but yeah, you guys are the ones arguing. But I love SDL. And again, here, I'll give this a heart. You know why? Because she knows where the ring came from, and she's like, it's one of the best rings in Australia. Okay, good enough. So people saying, oh, it's going to hurt wrestlers and it's janky. Maybe that's wrong. We're going to look at more pictures. The posts look fucking leaned in and shit. All right. Moving along here. Shazza McKenzie responds to this and goes, literally. So she's saying, literally, Steph is right about this. People are just nitpicking because it's AEW. Yeah, well, it's just one thing on top of the other, though, bro. So it's not even a nitpick in this situation. In this situation, it's actually like a dog. It's like people are being overwhelmed with controversy at this show. Right? So, no, I would say this is not a nitpick. Nitpicking would be like, man, Ospreay didn't sell that fucking... He didn't sell that top rope hidden blade properly after that match was crazy as fuck. And they pulled it off in that little ass ring. And let's be honest too, when Kenny Omega, and I don't know if I have a clip of it, I think I do, but when Kenny Omega hit the ropes and they did the double dives, the Terminator dives, and Ospreay dove over the one side, Omega barely cleared the other side because he's used to doing that shit on a bigger ring. That leads me to believe it's a 16er. Because most places have 18 by 18 when you're like somewhere Kenny's wrestling for sure. You know, WWE uses 20 by 20. The bigger is better. At least in that case. But yeah, he almost didn't clear the ropes too. And I got to think that has to do a little bit of just not having that extra step, you know? So, yeah, Shazza McKenzie agrees. She's a wrestler. She's like, oh, come on now. That's not very fair to say the ring was small. I wonder what Conrad thinks about this. I never checked in with Conrad Thompson lately. Maybe he has me blocked after he's discovered the impression. Shazza McKenzie also goes on to say, I can't believe we're yelling about a wrestling company using the best wrestling ring available to them on the 7,161 miles away from their normal rings. Yeah, I think there's no excuses to be like, oh, they're the most profitable in history next to the Fed. And you can't build a fucking ring in Australia. Is that not ludicrous? Why has no one said that? Why is Phil the only one who says this type of shit? Couldn't have built a fucking ring 3 months ago there for this show and had people test it out for you first. Make sure it's all good. Let PWA store it and go, you guys can use it if you'll set it up and take it down and to fucking break it in a little bit. Or no, maybe wrestlers are like, well, that's dumb. You want a new ring? Okay, then that's dumb. Then maybe christen it that night of the show. But what the fuck? You couldn't have built a ring. Huh. And they're making money hand over fist. Just don't believe all the shit you hear Meltzer saying. Here we go here. Let me see. We got more. So Joey Janela, man, he gets into it with Awful Wrestling. So Janela. Well, here, let's read the original because this is what got everybody upset. So let's give Awful his due, even though he was on the show talking about this already. But he said, I just got a report alleging that Kyle Fletcher got his buddies to loan AEW one of the local indie rings for the AEW Grand Slam Brisbane show. Apparently, AEW didn't factor in freight times properly for Brisbane travel. And that's where people can get on Awful's ass because he's ignorant to that too. Like, who in WWE told him they shipped rings either, or who in these other companies would ship rings? That's for the wrestlers to say. But it's not that Awful's faulty in assuming when we get told time and time again they're so profitable that my Dave is just getting out unhinged now. Dave's evolving too on this show, guys. But like, it's not, you can't blame Awful for assuming, but everybody just assumes that he's always going to try and make things out worse because his name's fucking Awful, for fuck's sakes. Now, Joey responding to Awful's kind of funny because he doesn't work for AEW. Like, doesn't really matter. Well, his girl does, but still, it doesn't really. He's just an indie dude. And like SDL, she works for TNA and shit. But obviously she's Australian, so she wants this show to be like, oh, it was a big deal for, like, we want more wrestling because now hopefully TNA can go do a show there too. But obviously it would be more because WWE's help than anything if they were to do that, but, and I think they have in the past as well. I believe, right? TNA's been to Australia. But anyways, though, Awful saying, though, he got a report, right? Alleging that, the Grand Slam Brisbane show, apparently AEW didn't factor in freight times properly for Brisbane. The ring is 16 by 16, way smaller than normal, and the ring aprons aren't a proper fit. If this is true, Tony should be ashamed. And then we had Dirt Sheet guys. We're going to get into it. They were like, no, the aprons are fucking 18 by 18. And it's like, okay. So there's no give to those bitches along the ring. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, are you out there with a tape measure? Shut the fuck up, It's crazy to me. But anyways, like them too, defending, no, the aprons were fitted 18 by... So who told you that? Tony Khan? Like, is Taylor or what? What the fuck are you talking about? God damn it. So you can't put an 18 by 18 fucking apron on a 16 by 16 ring and make it work? Is that what you're telling me too? Let's just give Awful the benefit of the doubt here. Are you telling me that doesn't work that way either? Like, come on, man. It's just the arguments get so silly. But anyways, he goes, I give it 3 days until we know if it's true or not. Well, Awful, that fucking night you figured it out. This guy's like, this is how I know last night was a complete success. The dumber and more random the criticism, the better the AEW show. Yeah, that's a weird cope to just chalk everything up as well to just random criticisms. Listen, here's the problem. These guys are hyper fixating and hyper focusing on just the ring. That's the problem. These sickos, and yes, you're AEW sickos. You are, just own that shit. They're the ones hyper fixating on just the ring. The larger problem Awful's been chronicling this whole time was everything going on with this show. The Grand Sham, the Grand Slam scam. Like, come on, man. It was a joke going around. Oh, they're just disingenuous. No, they lied about it being a pay-per-view. Then they lied about saying it was going to be a pay-per-view. And then literally their own PR team, after everyone coped and was like, they never said it was going to be, their own AEW Twitter posted, we're 7 days from the fucking pay-per-view. And Tony Khan's in interviews directly quoted saying it. It's all of the things. I named it before. I keep beating it to death. Okay. People were waiting for 2 hours. Their seats weren't the fucking same. They got moved. They thought it was going to be a stadium show. Then they show up, the ring small, the merch situation. No, this was one of a plethora, bro, things. Okay. Going on. So you are all fixating on just the ring aspect. because it's the easy thing to be like, oh, that's dumb, because everything else is kind of valid. You can't be like, it's dumb to feel ripped off, by your fucking paying thousands. Then some asshole walks up and gets a seat as good as you for $100 or whatever was going on, right? For not being able to buy merch of Orange Cassidy, who wasn't even on the fucking show. You had 60 minutes or whatever. I don't know, but why Alyssa covered it. And that was a great criticism as well. She's like, this should be the main thing people are focused on. But it's the wrestlers and the media hyper fixating on the fucking ring more than anything, right? Like me, even with the ring debacle, I just chalked it up to being all a part of the Grand Slam scam. Because it blew up so big, I'm like, holy fuck, this has to be its own thing now. Okay? So, these people are like, got actual papers on that, or are you a filthy cunt like the rest of them? Yeah, and so Awful's like, this event was fucked from the ground up, but some don't believe AEW is capable of this type of fumble. Okay. And yeah, Awful's right on that. You got to give him points for this part of it, So Drake Wrestler. Who's this guy? Let's look. Wrestler, fighter, occasional biter, based in North England, trained by... Okay, well, I'll follow you if you're a wrestler, okay? I follow all wrestlers, as many as I can. So Awful Wrestling gets quote tweeted by this guy. So he's an indie dude with 3K followers, and he goes, just so people know, this is not unusual. TNA and Noah both recently used local rings when they did UK tours. Shipping a ring is costly and can be unpredictable. One form being delayed and you are fucked. If there is a good local ring with a good crew who know the venue, use them. And I think Awful responded to this too and was like, bro, what about fucking... I think he might have... Yeah, he's like, look at the ring post on the left. Tell me that's from a good crew. And that's what I'm saying, bro. It looked like it was set up shitty. What I had to say about it was I thought the ring was 16 by 16 when I first saw it. Marv said 18 by 18. A former wrestler in chat said he thought it looked 16 by 16. It definitely looked off with a huge space between the apron and the barricade. It stopped being a distraction for me. Like midway through the opening tag match, though. I like seeing the big 20 by 20 rings, especially for big events in what are to be considered the top promotions. The ring did look kind of janky, and I don't know if Buddy twisting his ankle had anything to do with the mat, but honestly, I do like different looks from time to time. UFC uses a smaller cage sometimes depending on the event, and I'm always saying TNA should bring back the 6-sided ring for one event a year. The smaller ring suits AEW's more indie vibe, if I'm being frank, and I don't mean that negatively, and I always say it. Lean into the indiness of this all, man. You might as well. Like, that's the cope here. But the indies do this all the time. Okay, so you're an indie, a super indie. Lean into it. What the fuck? But anyways, we got JD and Joey going back and forth that I know I glossed over, but I'm circling back to because I just wanted to give Awful his due there. So anyways, Janela goes, brother, Janela says, why would they ship a ring to Australia? That would cost like probably 40K plus. I don't know why they think this is a big deal. Companies have been doing this for 30 years. This is an 18 by 18, by the way. And then he goes, I don't have a dog in this fight, or this is why Batman 2K says, I don't have a dog in this fight, but to ship a ring to Australia does not cost 40K. Well, you don't know that, but you ship it by boat, takes 3 to 6 weeks to arrive. Cost is closer, 2 to 3K, pardon me. 3 to 6 weeks to arrive. Cost is, okay. Once there, you can store it for yearly events to cut costs, or just build it there. Fuck. Source, I used to import from China by boat. AEW fucked up. And then this guy goes, I was informed it cost $163,000. I think he's trolling there, guys. It's Joey. Come on, Joey. They are a $1 billion company. He's like, all I'm saying is it's not a big deal. Who cares? Well, it kind of is after everything, though, So, yeah, if it was just, if everyone showed up and it was just a fine show, everything went down without a hitch, and then the ring was smaller, people would have laughed and harped on it, yes. But I would be more on the train of like, yeah, honestly, who gives a shit? Like, we know that this is the type of shit they do. This is just another fumble from Tony. He can't even have a 20 by 20 foot ring, but it wouldn't be as big of a deal if it wasn't the 30th thing that happened going into this fucking show. So he goes, why ship a ring? Probably because they're a wrestling company putting on a wrestling event there. Supposedly the best wrestle here. They just wrestle in indie rings. Janela's like, WWE doesn't ship rings either, brother. Yeah, so that's always the cope, but WWE, okay? We're not talking about WWE, bro. Weirdo virgins. Okay, fair enough. There's a lot of weirdo virgins in the IWC. So, Awful then quote tweets it and goes, yeah, they're doing damage control. Now, here's the thing. Janela responds and goes, brother, I don't work for AEW, nor do I give a shit about what goes on there. I'm just telling you it's common practice. Yeah, like, I agree. Like, Janela's not going to... Well, maybe, because his wife is there. Maybe. I won't completely say there's absolutely no chance, but he's gone out there and also been like, yo, Tony kind of fucked me up. You know, like Tony kind of fucked me up with my booking there for a while. And, or like when I was about to be let go, I got my body in shape. You know, I thought it was going to lead to something. He put me in some high profile shit. I thought maybe I'd get re-signed, whatever. So we all like it when Joey criticizes them. So I just think he more keeps it real. Sorry, guys. Let me check in with chats. I completely fucked up here and have not seen chats. I'm so sorry. A new member, Scott Woodford. Thank you for becoming a member. Denisha Lane. Phil, it's been great being a part of the PWT fam. Yeah. Thank you for being a member for 9 months. Amazing. Lincoln Hawk says, what aboutism is garbage tactic you fall on when you're losing the discussion? Yes. And also just saying, like, it's good for me to say, like, what about WWE in this instance? But when you guys do it, it's always, what about WWE? You just want WWE light. No, you guys use the comparison when it fits you and helps you, then you don't when it doesn't. Thank you so much for that. Was US Aid funding the rings and AEW too? Oh my God, E-Guty 87 with just a ridiculous... Yeah. I'm Canadian, brother. I plead the fifth. I got no comment. No, you ain't hype. Gifted 5 Pro Wrestle Times memberships for the Times channel, man. Let's give them And guys, if you super chat in throughout the rest of the show, I won't leave you waiting like that. I just totally fucked up. I was locked in. You know what I mean? And we have a guest here who's about to join us. Mike Saucely says, yo, where's my guy? Chat wants that special friend. Yo, where's my guy? Chat wants that special friend. Listen, bro, I'm going to give you a fucking the best guys,
Tony Khan.
Okay, and I'm going to give you
the
another.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Because you waited so goddamn long. Thank you so much, Mike Saucely's. Daniel Nutt Krager became a new goddamn member as well. We have assembled. Okay, guys, members and super chats will not be made to fucking wait. Like Rabid Wolverines here, he just sent one in. WWE ring survived a pirate attack for 2, bro. Great. That is pretty funny and hilarious, right? Thank you all so much, everyone. Round of applause to our super chatters who fucking waited, and our members and everyone who gifted memberships. They waited. That's my bad. I'm a dummy. Joining us now on the show is everyone's favorite Grinch. Awful Wrestling, ladies and gentlemen, is here, is in the building. Air horns for Awful. Awful Wrestling, how you doing, my guy?
Hey, bro, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. How you doing, man?
All right. I'm doing all right. Just take a little break from the work. Probably going to give you a good 10 minutes of nonsense, and then I'll be back on my way. But how's everybody doing? What happened over the weekend?
Yeah, dude. So basically, you drummed up all this shit. We covered it a little bit on the live show. However, you know, everybody jumped on this. JD, all the wrestlers, man. Everyone started coming at you. You're going back and forth. All the big accounts. Everybody's like, why is everyone y'all are really talking about this thing? But you're all talking about it too. So I'm pointing that shit out. I'm like, man, fuck all this. They couldn't ship a ring there. Why don't they build one in Australia months ago and have one there for when they return next year? Because they made that announcement and shit.
It's a great point. It's a great point, Phil.
I mean, no one's talking about. I want your thoughts, though. You're the crux of this shit, bro. You're the crux of this great conspiracy.
I made a tweet before that one tweet that went all over the place. I just simply made a comment that said, yo, the ring posts aren't straight up. Yep. And then within like 20 minutes, I got I shouldn't have said reports. Let me just correct myself. I got 2 DMs from people who wanted to remain anonymous, and I'm going to respect that, who told me what the lowdown was. The only thing that I did was simply put it out there. You know what I mean? And by way of magic and good trolling, I guess, all of the assumptions, all the allegations in that tweet, which I completely clearly said were allegations and allegedly and apparently, and if it's true, but we won't even talk about that.
Well,
the fact is that.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Oh,
I was
the fact is that.
Oh, sorry. No, you. You're my guest. Go.
The fact is that all of the allegations turned out to be true by way of over defending it, if that makes any sense.
We found out, like I pointed out with QT. Yeah.
So my tweet had 3 bullet points. One is that Kyle Fletcher got one of his buddies to loan them a ring. Sean Ross Sapp, that waterhead, he actually made that accurate by saying, yeah, the ring was loaned by PWA. The ring is owned by PWA. Kyle Fletcher trained under the man who loaned the ring to AEW. So that means that they were good friends.
Yeah.
Secondly, there were logistical issues that prevented freight going in a timely manner to Australia. That turned out to be true by way of Sean Ross Sapp lying openly and saying they never planned on bringing a ring there. No, they did plan on bringing a ring. In fact, they wanted to bring a ring, but they didn't because it wasn't done in a timely fashion. Everybody and their mother's talking about the cost. Does anybody know what the cost is? I've checked that out. This is an exclusive. It's around $15,000 to $25,000. So what is worth more? What costs more? Buddy Matthews' injury or a ring being shipped for $25,000 or some mega rock band's music being played one time for a pay-per-view? Let's talk about it. If the ring was $25,000 or even let's say it was $50,000, okay, Phil, it goes to Australia. How about you just loan it to PWA until next year when you guys are going to Grand Slam again? Was that what was going to Grand Slam next year a last-minute decision? Or was that something planned too? And if it was planned, why not blow the money on sending a professional-looking ring out there?
Yeah, or building one there. You mean to tell me there's not wood and fucking steel and cables and shit in Australia?
Right.
Build one and then store it with PWA or somewhere.
Right.
And especially if you're investing in the future. And I know that people go, well, WWE doesn't do that. I don't give a fuck what WWE does. I'm not talking about WWE. We're talking about AEW. Why don't they invest in the future of wrestling at all? Build a fucking ring out there, dude. What are you talking about?
Exactly. What's it take to hire a crew, a union of guys from Australia, give them some job opportunities to literally build you guys a ring? Is that going to cost you $50,000? If it does, pay it, because now we're talking about another primary investment. You can't have a wrestling show without a proper wrestling ring. Buddy Matthews has shown you that. It's so funny, too. Everybody talks about like, oh, Buddy Matthews was being sarcastic. Yeah, sarcastic doesn't mean lying.
Yeah, or it doesn't mean he wasn't misinformed and didn't think it was 16 by 16 himself as well.
Right.
It doesn't mean
right.
What the fuck's the difference between 16 by 16 and 18 by 18? What I tried to point out and where I rudely almost interrupted you there a few moments ago,
Sure.
Awful. I was trying to point out as well, like, listen, dude, you've been chronicling all the bullshit with the Grand Slam, scam, sham, Sam, I am. This is just one of all the things, and that's why. And then this got hyper fixated on by all the wrestlers and all the people being like, why is everyone focusing and talking about this? No, you guys are hyper fixating on this one thing. Awful just pointed out a list of 10 things. This could have been like number 3. And I pointed out, let's say that everyone's saying, oh, why is this even a talking point? Let's say the whole event went on without a hitch. And let's say they just showed up and they made a $5 million gate and they didn't move or maybe they, whatever. Like, let's just say it went off without a hitch. People show up at the building. The ring's not 20 by 20. That's still going to be a talking point, bro. Still going to be brought up. So I don't know why that's a cope either.
It was too painfully obvious to anybody with a set of eyes. I mean, the ring was tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny to the point where the women looked too large for the ring.
And like, does that mean that the barricades, their whole setup was always meant to have the barricades like that far from the ring? Why didn't they move it in closer? I don't know. Lots of questions it raises.
Right.
Awful. I'd like to ask you though, you sent me a video edit you did.
Yes.
You didn't post it though. Okay. It's like, I called it the Zapruder film of the fucking, do you want to watch it with me? I know you gave me permission to play it.
Sure.
We can do this? Okay.
Sure.
So I'm going to share this other screen now.
Because I've got some other things I want to share with you real quickly as well.
Okay, so let's play this. This is a quick one, guys. This is awful edited this. I am going to big screen this because it's... Okay, I'm going to back this up, and I'm going to share this. Can you all see this? Give me a hell yeah if you can see this. Everyone can see this? Yeah, Awful? I don't know if you got a screen. So chat,
yeah,
if
I can
you guys
see it.
can, I'll just trust you can. And let's listen to what Awful has to say here.
The IWCNN weirdos want to talk about how the ring was 18 by 18 feet. But as you can clearly see here, it was 16 by 16 feet.
Damn, my guy's got like, this is like Tower 7. The way that it collided, it collapsed in on itself. It was not actually, it was a controlled demolition. That's what this shit looks like. Okay, sorry, I'll bring it to the beginning. You guys watch this.
They had Grand Slam at Bohemian Grove.
Yeah.
18 by 18 feet. But as you can clearly see here, it was 16 by 16 feet. The ring shrank 2 feet based on these dimensions.
Dude, you actually did it. This is kind of like, okay, you might be onto
something. Hey, IWCNN, stop lying to people.
Damn, you might actually be onto something with that, Awful. You know what I mean? That's kind of crazy. People are going to call us conspiracy theorists for looking at this.
Yeah, sure. I want everybody to help me out with this because I would love to be wrong. I got no problem being wrong, but I don't think AEW uses a 20 by 20 ring.
You don't?
And so, no, I don't think so. Do you think it's a 20 by 20? You think it's as large as a WWE ring?
No, I mean, if you were to tell me, well, they actually use 18 by 18, I would go, oh, really? And I would be like, oh, fuck, because I can't tell. But with these dimensions, though, man, it makes it seem like, or maybe this proves that they do use 20 by 20, and the ring was 18 by 18.
There you have it. Now you see. Now here's the thing. I've been trying to research that. I've been trying to find out a couple of things, and I'm sure all these IWCNN journalists aren't doing this. I want to know the regulation size of the ring at PWA Australia. I would like to know what the regulation size for an AEW ring is for a Dynamite, because almost all of the discourse about that, or asking Google or ChatGPT or anybody that's not a human so far, is telling me information that was mined just 2 days ago using Sean Ross Sapp and QT Marshall as the like keystones for the argument.
Right.
So, for example, if you ask Google or talk to Google, or
go ahead. Sorry, with what? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but everyone in chat's lighting up here. Go ahead with what you're saying, but everyone's saying AEW always used an 18 by 18.
I've always thought that. See, that's the thing. And so if that's the case, and AEW's always used an 18 by 18, that video is more proof that was a 16 by 16. But QT, hold on, QT Marshall, I want everybody to do this test. Go to Google and ask, does AEW use a 20 by 20 ring? Or ask if they use an 18 by 18 ring. And you will find most of the answers to that search are going to come in the form of things that happened in the last 2 days. Now, there is a Reddit post from 2 years ago that doesn't really give a clear answer, but we all know just with our own eyes that WWE has a 20 by 20, AEW has an 18 by 18. I would love to know if PWA has an 18 by 18, because if that's the case, they might have used an 18x18, but that video proof that you just showed everybody, it's obviously smaller than an 18x18.
Yeah,
okay,
dude.
go on.
Or those posts were leaning in 2 feet. And I don't know, dude.
They were waiting for the hot tag, Phil.
That's what I mean, dude. Or like those, you know what I mean? Like those fucking posts were leaning way in, dude, hanging onto the tag ropes. Like,
and everybody's like, don't worry about it. Meanwhile, Buddy Matthews sprains his ankle on that exact same side. And I almost guarantee you, if we look at that show again, if we look at Grand Slam again, I bet you no one's working that corner.
Man.
Now, I didn't see the show. So I'm going to plead ignorant. You know, unlike some other people, I'm going to plead ignorant. I did not watch the show yet. But when I do, and that collision rating comes out, whoo, boy, no amount of personal attacks is going to wipe the smile off my face.
So, as you just alluded to, Buddy Matthews tweeted this out at SNM Buddy. So he greatly tweaked his ankle. Let's show it here.
Yeah.
I know I have the footage somewhere. So he greatly tweaked his ankle during his match. Getting in the ring actually during his entrance. So I thought I added it to the goddamn Sicko segment. Where is it? I thought I did that before. Either way, he twisted his ankle brutally. We'll see that in AEW news if it's not in here. And basically, he puts this tweet out that says, so thoughts after AEW Grand Slam Australia. If it wasn't a 16x16 shit wrestling ring, 1, wouldn't have destroyed my ankle on my entrance due to holes in the padding. 2, Okada, like that's a very specific thing that wouldn't be obvious to our naked eyes. And he's saying holes in the padding. Why were there holes in the padding? Because the fitting and the ring weren't the same size? I don't know. Okada wouldn't have been able to put his foot on the rope and I'd be champion. Shit happened. So he's literally trying to kayfabe like, oh, if the ring wasn't a small shit ring, he wouldn't have been able to get his foot on the rope or whatever. So he's leaning into the fact it's a smaller ring. Now, he deleted this, which makes me think he wasn't trolling because what's the phone call? Oh, delete this because then the trolls think you're actually right or whatever. Like, how do you make him delete this? Because then you're lending to what the trolls are saying. Well, if it's not true, then why do you give a fuck? And if it is true,
and you're already too late.
Yeah.
Wrestlers are stupid. They jump before they're told to jump.
So you think he deleted it before anybody told him to?
No, he was told to delete it. Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You think that this is further proof, though? Like, he comes in going, if it wasn't a 16x16 ring, and what's the phone call like?
Dude, this is during. Look at the timestamp, man. This is during the QT Marshall, Sean Ross Sapp water carrying sessions for AEW during that time. Oh, it was never supposed to be shipped out. It's an 18 by. You know, you'll also notice everybody was just like, "Hey, this is the same ring as WCW and TNA." Yeah, but it's not WCW nor TNA, and apparently AEW has a special ring. Whatever.
So, and that's what I mean too. Oh, AEW is the only ring with that design. Then why not build one in Australia? So it's there.
You mean the one with bent post?
So, I just my whole thing awful. I can't. To me, I'm pulling a Meltzer here. Like I can't rack my brain around this. It's just like what does he get told? Hey, pull this down because it lends validity to the trolls, or hey, pull this down because even though this isn't true, the trolls might think it's true.
No, pull it down because you mentioned 16x16. Exactly. When there was a troll out there in cyberspace saying, "Hey, this thing was 16x16 and it looks janky." I even put that in a comment underneath my tweet. Like, listen, I know they're going to do one of a couple things because I'm the one that made this whole thing possible. Yes. They're like, because it's awful wrestling. Don't sell it. And that's the thing. The Cultaholics guys, for as much as they had that nice little troll title, he himself said in there, I'm shocked that the wrestlers and all the personalities, I can't believe they bid on something so minuscule. In fact, I put it under a quote tweet under your tweet, Phil. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so everybody, it's not my fault for putting it out there. It's their fault for making it as big as it was, because that tweet would have lived and died in 20 minutes had they not paid attention to it.
Right. And I made that point earlier too before you popped on. I was like, man, they're mad that everyone's talking about it while talking about it, and they're mad that everyone's hyper fixating on it. Meanwhile, the media could be hyper fixating on the fucking merch only being available for 60 minutes or whatever the fuck Alyssa was tweeting out. Like, you know what I mean? There's so many problems with the show. Being moved from a stadium is like a huge deal the way, and then, or how about the pay-per-view lie? That was like the biggest thing, I think, even bigger than the ring, but they made the ring the big deal, I guess, sort of, pun intended, because it was a small ring. Is that a pun? I don't know. Yeah.
And why did they feel the need to put this thing on TBS or like after the All-Star game? We know why, but it won't help, by the way. But it's just like, there's a chance for you guys to be like a Max exclusive AEW Grand Slam only on Max. You know what I mean? But you wanted to throw it up on Saturday night free television, hopefully to glom off the attendance that leaves the televisions on for the NBA All-Star game, which I heard wasn't all that hot.
No, dude, the dunk contest was ass, bro. I watched it leading in, and it was no so good, man.
And LeBron James wasn't in it, so there's a few million people who don't want to watch because of that.
None of
there might be a few million people that want to watch because of it.
None of the top players go in it anymore. It's cringe.
Yeah.
But yeah, this guy Gifted Money says the ring was 18 by 18, so I'm pretty sure Buddy did not make that tweet with any serious intent. How do I know? Because I'm pretty sure an 18-year veteran knows, pardon me, the difference between an 18-foot ring and a 16-foot ring. Y'all got to stop the engagement tweets. It's not worth it. So this guy is just sort of calling Matthews a dumbass. Like, let's say Matthews was being genuine with his tweet. You just called him a dumbass right there, you fucking idiot. And then, yeah, Julian Weeks responds. He's like, N-word? I literally put a question mark on it. The little ass money engagement tweets ain't paying no damn bills. Yeah, bro, you gotta be fucking Elon Musk to get paid by. Do you see what his side piece is getting fucking paid on Twitter? She's getting like fucking clearing 10K every 2 weeks. Meanwhile, I can't even get fucking monetized. I don't get enough impressions, dude. So it's like, come on now. But yeah, anyways, so that's Julian Weeks piping in. Yeah, so awful. Anything else?
And for Cultaholic, I do want to say, I know Cultaholics was not aiming that shit towards me. They would love to think that that's the case, but they didn't mention my name because they're cowards if that's the case.
Well, they meant everybody. They put fans in quotations, like, you're not a real fan if you spend your weekend arguing about a fucking ring, but here's our video so we can make our YouTube bucks off it too. Fucking assholes.
Jeez. But yeah, I mean, how was the show? How was Grand Slam overall?
It was actually like a pretty good show. Now, the booking decisions weren't that great. The ring fucked up.
Duh.
It was noticeable a couple times. Yeah, I think that it overall was actually pretty decent. Like, some of the matches I'd say were even better than a couple of them. I'd have to rewatch then the NXT. Like, NXT didn't blow me away or anything. There were a couple things on the Grand Slam show, you know, that finisher Omega and Osprey hit. It was like a one-winged hidden blade angel. That shit was awesome. I'm a mark. I pop for shit like that. But you could tell too, I pointed it out. Like, Kenny did a suicide dive over the top rope. Or that's not I guess it's a top tope con hilo. I don't fucking know. Get Excalibur in here. But he did a top rope Judgment Day dive or whatever he calls it, Terminator dive. And he fucking, you could tell it was a smaller ring too, because like he almost caught his legs on the rope, and it's not because Kenny's like not athletic, bro. You could see it during his match. Like, he stumbled a bit because he didn't have that extra step, and Buddy hurt himself. And the posts were leaning in. I don't care what anybody says. I can just see that with my naked eye. I don't gotta be fucking Alex Jones. If you see the beams were cut sideways and there's molten lava. No, there's molten steel at the bottom of the.
I'm sure Kenny Omega was not happy with the size of the ring, because he made mention of the jankiness of the AEW rings 4 years ago. That's on record.
Right.
So he said they're too bouncy.
gonna get to that as well. And somebody did tell me, who's not like a legit, not even a dirt sheet, just someone who's like, I have sources and I hear this shit, and I'm like,
right,
okay, you can tell me shit. I just take it with a grain of
right.
salt. But someone was like, yeah, people are pissed, and fucking like people on that card were pissed in AEW, like not just the fucking wrestlers. Like other than Osprey,
Right.
you don't see anyone who wrestled on the card tweeting out like, oh,
Exactly.
that ring was the best. Yeah, so
they're not saying anything. That's the best way to go about it. But anybody who talks shit about that ring, that's going to be, unfortunately, in the book, because they're not going to put that shit out on tweets. That's for damn sure. The memo has already been served via email or probably posted up in Australia, like, do not mention the following. Guaranteed.
So
Guaranteed.
Plinian Pixel Art for 5 says, Phil, if you want to see the hilarious new Death Riders tee, and sorry to keep you waiting, bro, but I only got awful here for a little bit, so I had to fucking, but he's saying hi to you. I sent it to you on Discord. I got it in the bookmarks, Plinian. Thank you so much for that. Love you, PWT. Love you too, PPA, I guess we'll call you. Back to homework. Yeah, start studying, dude. Study the business. And hi, Awful. So hello to Awful. And I was saying too,
Peace,
Awful,
Plinian.
why are these fucking wrestlers? Well, I'll ask you this actually after. Hopefully I have you for a couple more minutes. MJG,
Sure.
Ref MJ from NJ for 20 says 20 by 20 on this 20. All-time weekend by Awful. Hey, when can we talk about Rita and stop comparing ring sizes? I don't know, dude. Show me yours and I'll show you mine. Let's hop on the show, dude. I'll send you a link, bro. Let's see what your link looks like, bro. Let's compare links. Also, shout out Rent a Steps. Yeah, those were like some step stool baby ass steps, bro. Are y'all not entertained by All Elite drama? It's the best shit ever. I never want it to end. Better than Dynamite. I never want it to end. I know Awful wants the shit to die so he can sell a fucking book, because you know what they say.
Sometimes in life, you
My only grift.
Yeah, his only grift, but dude, I want it to last forever, you know, because then my grift lasts forever. No, I ain't fucking. I want it to be good. You know why? I want it to be hot, and I want another crazy billionaire to go, look, man, this guy did it. Let me make a Fed too. And then to see, because man, there's kids getting rich.
Oh, that's
off
already
crypto
happening, Phil.
shit.
Yeah, I think that's already happening, Phil. I think there's somebody coming up right now looking at the mistakes that Tony Khan is doing. And that's what I love. They're like, I've always heard this line too. It's just like, if EW goes into the toilet, WWE is going to have a monopoly. And Marv even says he's just like, no one's going to do another wrestling promotion for like 20, 30 years. And I find that to be bullshit. I think if AEW goes under, within 5 years, you'll see another one prop the hell up.
I think we'll see one prop up, because you know why? There's all these people, there's all these kids and shit now, like getting rich off cryptos and shit. So they get into this elite club where it's like, well, fuck it, bro. I'll spend $100 million too. There's guys like that coming up the woodwork right now, bro. People are getting rich off the internet. Fucking, hey, as Sap would say, shilling fucking ball shavers and dick pills. You know what I mean? So it's gonna happen one day, dude. And MJ, I'll invite you on soon. I might have that in the news if we get to it. This has been a long segment, but I'll fucking throw you a link maybe tonight here. No, don't be sorry. No. I got so much to get to. Like, you're gonna get out of here. I'm still gonna probably be talking about this shit. Zombie Boss says, bro, he scammed the Australian. Just the one, Zombie Boss? Which one? But why, Alyssa? Were you fucking scammed?
I don't know.
No, but listen, he did scam. Well, it's just the Grand Slam scam. It's a funny name, right? It's like a Trumpism thing, Crooked Hillary. It's just funny to like give it that name. It's low-hanging fruit, but it's hilarious. And they kind of deserve it after all the 10 things, not just the ring. But I will say this, and I made that point. You're the major leagues. I could see Ospreay wrestle in a 16 by 16, 18 by 18, anywhere before AEW. I want to see the big boy ring with the big leagues, if that's what it truly is. That's my opinion when it comes to that stuff. But Awful, I have a question for you, buddy. Why the fuck are wrestlers and serious journalists and these type of folk, why the fuck are they selling for a guy named AEW Awful Wrestling? Like, why are they even responding to you in the fucking first place, bro? And I know why. It's because you have more followers than like a bunch of indie wrestlers and shit. There's people signed to AEW you have more followers than. But what I'm saying is, like, if it really wasn't a big deal, and this is so dumb to talk about, why the fuck are they responding to Awful Wrestling of all people? You know?
Yeah. People, I'm just a guy.
That
works
but not
hard.
only that, like you're a guy who puts it on your brand. You put it on your name. Fuck
Sure.
AEW, right? Like you put it out there.
Yeah.
So let's say someone who's like, nah, bro, I'm, JD, I get it because he sort of was all about them and then he's not. So I get why he triggers them. You are just automatically like they're feeding to, like, okay, if you talked about it and then Cultaholic talked about it and then they talked about it, okay, then I'd get it. They can like QT could be like, well, this mainstream quote unquote or like one of the main wrestling outlets talked about it. So, but they're responding to a guy who's openly like, fuck AEW, you know what I mean? So to me, it's so funny that they sell for you. Like, bro, ignore him then. If it
ignore my tweets. Let them go viral on their own. I wonder how many wrestlers looked at that tweet and laughed and laughed and laughed.
Yeah, man.
Like but see, that's the thing. There were quite a few professional wrestlers, again, will not be named, DM'd me. I keep a lot of shit secret because I don't know if it's true or not. I really don't. Phil. Sometimes I'll slide you some of that shit and be like, "What do you think of this? What do you think of that?"
I know.
So it's just like I just happened to pick that one because I was just like, "Oh, this." Personally, this sounds so fucking believable that I'm going to put the proper usage of words in there, allegedly, apparently, if it's true and all that shit. But I knew people were going to bite on it. And it wasn't a troll insofar as it was like a confirmation of my previous tweet. I just put out a tweet, was just like, hey, that left ring post, he's bent out of shape.
As they say, brother, you threw shit out there and it stuck. And that's not your fault, bro. You followed the smoke signal. You followed the smoke signal and you found a fucking campfire, and there were a bunch.
And I gotta say this shit before I get out of here. I got to. Motherfuckers out there who think that I just spend all my fucking time on Twitter, fuck you. I will show you how many times I tweet a day. It's no more than 12 times. In fact, that's the most I've ever tweeted. Now, I'll have a couple comments here, whatever, but I do not do this back and forth shit. Meanwhile, you got Sean Ross, Waterhead Sap. He tweets 100 fucking times a day about this fucking worked business. You got Dave Meltzer, who's almost twice as old as I am. He tweets 200 goddamn times a day. And forget about all my trolls out there who tweet 100 times a goddamn day trying to rile me up or whatever. But I'm like, you guys want to talk about me living on the fucking internet? You guys want to talk about me living on Twitter? How fucking dare you? In fact,
for real.
Yeah, for real. That's all I got to say. I just wanted to put that out there. Like, yeah, I'm an old man. I should be along with a retirement home. All that dumb shit. That shit doesn't bother me. What bothers me is that you don't attack these really old motherfuckers who are really trying to get a buck off of you. Okay, who are really trying, or $14.99. But me, a guy who probably has tweeted at most 20 times ever, and you guys are getting on my ass. I think it's because I'm over the target, Phil. I'm over the target. They know that AEW doesn't stand a chance if they continue going the route that they do. And so when you see 2027, I'll probably say it here first. If AEW outlasts 2027, motherfucker, I'll still be here just because of the shits and giggles that I'll get from knowing that you guys will be like, oh, you said you were going to be writing a book. Oh, no, my friend. I will write that book. But I guarantee you, I will outlive AEW by a long shot. And this is the only shit that I'm going to talk. But make sure that shit's on record. You can go back. You can fucking record it. I am going to outlive AEW, especially on the down slope that they're getting on right now. I can't wait to see that Collision rating.
Fucking laid it down. And you can't wait to see that Collision rating. I can't either. Awful. You got to just put the books out in volumes, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. The wife said the same thing. The wife said the same thing. Like,
shit, bro, and I want to see at least one of these come to fruition. No, I'm just.
Yeah, really. But
no, brother, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Promo. I know everybody thinks you just hung up on this, but I know you got some important shit to get back to. I'm certain of.
Fucking right.
Some hard at work. And
yeah, I didn't eat my sandwich yet.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're busy fucking spitting it all over the place, cutting that promo on Waterhead.
By the way,
yes,
you know what I do as a business.
Yep.
That fucking Moxley shirt, ball. Woo! I fell out my chair. I was just like, I can't believe it. And all I'm going to say is like, that's a grift. That's all I'm going to say. That is a true stone cold grift.
Hey,
and
well,
for $50 fucking dollars, fuck you.
You know what they say, Awful.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Yeah, really. All right. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Peace to George Capter, Alt Jake. That's right. I shouted you out, George. I forgot last time. Peace to everybody that listens to PWT. And hopefully you'll join us tomorrow on Tuesday Talk Wrestling, 8 o'clock on YouTube.
Yeah, 8 Eastern, TT Dub. Follow at AEW Awful Wrestling. Round of applause. Now get out of here to steal Marv's line. Now get out of here.
Peace, everybody.
Peace, buddy. That was awesome, guys, to have the man himself come in, the man with the plan. Zombie Boss says, man, I hate the super chat system, always auto-correcting me. My bad, bruv. I guess I'm not up for the grind, bruv. No, dude. I'm just totally roasting. It's all jokes here, and it's nothing but love. And yeah, thank you guys. I promise no more long waits. We had Awful for a little bit of time. That was amazing. And thank you. Yeah, you don't got to apologize, bruv. We were just twisting titties, as we call it here at PWT. Okay, so we got lots more about the ring, and we'll just fly through some of this. So Steph DeLander gets asked, who are you, by a wrestler? And she goes, someone who trained and wrestled in that ring every week for 6 years, baffled that people. So there's wrestlers who are saying like, no, we trained in that specific ring. People who have never taken a bump in their life think they know better. Tony Deppen says, wrestling fans, it's not about the moves. It's about drawing and making the most money. Company leases a ring to save and make more money. Oh my God, they don't understand wrestling. Nah, that's a coat, bro. You got to spend money to make money. That's the old adage. So Sean Ross Sapp, speaking of which, he responds, he quote tweets Awful, man. Just ridiculous. So, and shout out Aaron Woods on the National Rugby League legend on WWE here doing the Rascals. Doing the Rascals. I don't know what they call that, actually. I should have asked Myron Reed when he was on the show. But anyways, though, he responds to Awful Wrestling saying, this is completely untrue. AEW never planned to ship a ring over. But then Awful discovered they did, man. So MJ from NJ says, hey, Awful, imagine planning to run a stadium show in Australia and not actually planning to bring a ring. How out of their league were they between the stories of refusing to give fans refunds after their bait and switch to the failure to even have enough merch for VIP ticket holders, right down to those rent-a-steps set up at the ring, the rent-a-steps. Gossip Guy revealing how poorly planned this show really was is the icing on the cake. The master of disaster PR folk can't even spin this without owning their precious third-rate company. Damn, MJ's like, fuck it, gloves are off, mask off, fuck it, mask off. Right, dude? There's a couple more. I got a couple more, okay? So the bad boy, we didn't get into this. I wanted Awful's thoughts on this, but we were, we freestyle it here a little bit at PWT, a little bit of preparation, but so, Joey Janela responds to Awful. And why would they ship a ring? That would, sorry, we already covered this part. So we have more Awful over here. We were reading his responses to folk in the replies. But anyways, here is Awful responding to Sapp and QT Marshall. And he tags them. He goes, Sapp and QT, hope you don't know measurements, math, or common sense. Numerous DMs told me the size of the ring was 16 by 16, not 18 by 18, like these two jokers are going out of their way to claim. So is this Grok? Did he ask Grok? What the fuck is this from? AEW's ring size controversy at Grand Slam Australia. At AEW's Grand Slam event in Australia, the wrestling community noticed a significant change. The use of a smaller 16 by 16 foot ring. This adjustment, necessitated by logistical challenges, has ignited discussions across various platforms. While some fans, is that Grok? I don't get it. And then Awful says Dope 1 and Dope 2. The AEW ring is a design that only AEW has. It's very rare that an independent company or a major company has a 20-foot. We already covered that. And then this other post here, this guy Hell Snaw saying, okay, but still that ring is small as fuck. And then Sap says, no, it wasn't. It was the same size of a WCW, ECW, TNA ring. Okay. Well, this is AEW. Again, I've yelled about that earlier in the fucking show, right? Like, we're talking about AEW here, okay? So anyways, what else? Awful's got some more. So this gets posted. Kenny Omega is not a fan of AEW's ring. This is years ago, right? Or actually here, we'll cover Joey going, brother, I don't work for AEW, nor do I give a shit what goes on there. We talked about that. So yeah, Kenny Omega's not a fan of the ring. So r/squared circle on Reddit, and this is Robo Sprungo posted this, that during his interview on Wrestling Observer last week, Kenny said that AEW rings have too much give, are too bouncy, and not nearly as firm as the rings he was used to in New Japan. He said running in the AEW ring was like running through quicksand because causes fatigue to set in quickly, that it was terrible for guys who prefer to wrestle an explosive style like his, that it makes jumping very difficult, and that running in AEW rings is really hard on his knees. He said the only advantage to having such a bouncy ring was for taking flat back bumps, but it made almost everything else more difficult. Quite a few things surprised me about those comments. Firstly, that he'd be so openly negative about the ring. Second, I had never considered that having a less firm ring could actually increase wear and tear on the body. Yeah. Well, what do you mean, bro? Well, never mind. I'm not going to call this guy dummy, but it's like, yeah, bro. I always thought the firmer ring mat was, the harder it was on the body. Yeah, I mean, for like you said, flat back bumps and like getting dropped on your fucking head and stuff like that, you know? But for like the running, what you're doing, the majority of in the ring, it's probably easier on things like the knees. But also you got to remember, Kenny could be like that also from working stiffer rings as well. But listen, AEW figured that out. This is a long time ago. This is 4 years ago. Anyway, thought someone might be interested in this if you didn't get a chance to hear the interview. So I don't know why this is getting brought up either, because this is a long time ago issue, but it's just funny, I guess, like a little retro act, because everyone's bringing it up. Kenny didn't like the ring before either. Okay. Here's Awful's little video on it. Let's play it. Oh, he's saying he's like Fletcher had to hop over the bottom rope to sell the fucking. And like I pointed out too, this ring is super bouncy. You could tell throughout the show. And like I pointed out too, Kenny had trouble diving over that top rope. I don't even want to, because he'd be like, no, man, it was good. I know, Kenny, but dude, your legs almost caught. We all saw that. You can go back and see it. It's on the AEW official Twitter. They posted the clip of the double Terminator spot. That's what it is. So I don't know, man. That could be why. It was a springier thing, and it's harder for his explosive moves like that, the way he explodes. I love that. Great edit, Awful. So JD goes, bro, why is the ring so small? What the fuck? This isn't their regulation ring. There's no way. It looks like something out of someone's backyard. Why? And then this guy's like, it's been all over X. Apparently, Tony fucked up the regulation ring, and Fletcher had to save his ass by borrowing his friend's ring. I purposely stayed away to avoid any sort of discussion of spoilers. Yeah, I did the same thing, JD. Here's the thing. I got a DM, and during last live show as well, I misinterpreted. So I'll just fucking say it. No, I don't even fucking say it. I'll let you guys guess. Right, but it's someone who we take with a pinch of salt, a grain of salt, that we've covered on the show, who leaks AEW stuff that people question, that never DM'd me ever until recently a little bit more, started kind of being like, what's up? And they said that, and I'll let you guys figured it out on the last live show. But again, so I get a DM saying like, yo, just so you know, like at all in London, Jarrett had to find us a ring there too. Sort of like as a last minute scramble thing. Like they didn't ship one out there too. So whatever. I don't know if that adds to if he was defending AEW or shitting on them by being like, yeah, the Fletcher thing, because he said something about Fletcher and then it got me confused. I was like, oh, Jeff Jarrett had to fucking help at Grand Slam. He wasn't even on the card, right? But yeah, JD, saying it as well, bringing it up as well. He's got a very large platform, so they're pissed at him for that. And yeah, people were going at him as well, like, oh, JD, but they were more mad at Awful, which I thought was funny. So let's just see if I have any more ring scandal stuff. Because Awful Man owned he owned Brandon Thurston as well, a completely separate thing to where like Thurston deleted his shit. And I think Sapp deleted his shit too, arguing with Awful about this ring stuff. So that's all I'm saying. Like, there's more validity to this than people think. But we also don't know, why didn't they ship the ring? That shouldn't be the argument. It should be the point that I'm pointing out. Like, well, they could just build one, if it's state of the art and all this shit. That's the way to do it. Thank you, hun. Oh, nice. An iced coffee and some food. What a lovely person you are. Thank you so much. We're talking about the Grand Slam scam ring scandal. She's just like, oh. She don't watch that shit. She don't like AEW, bro. Mrs. Marks. Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that was the ring scandal controversy. Round of a fucking applause. God damn, and you know what is really the saddest part is that Raw's been cooking tonight. Biz cooking. So I'm going to have to go back, and I've been paying attention. Believe you me, I've been watching as I do. However, I'm going to rewatch the first hour on my own to properly critique this Raw. Been cooking from everything I've seen and heard while Awful and I were babbling over it. Yeah, so let's tap in with Raw. That was AEW news fucking sicko segment galore. So, guys, next show, we will introduce our newest fool. If time permits, we'll get into some more AEW news. I have a couple more things from Grand Slam. So, yeah, we have a couple more AEW newses during the commercials or whatever, so don't go anywhere. And also, we will do WWE news, and we have a Meltzer, I believe, as well. But we'll introduce our new fool on the next Sicko segment and Awful poning Thurston. We'll do that on Wednesday, and maybe Awful can join us for that as well. That would be awesome. So, yeah, guys, stick around. I'm going to check in with chat. And then we are going to, I hope we hit over 100 likes because Jericho's like leaning in like those fucking ring posts looking for a hot tag. We're at 93. Oh, shit, man. We have 187 on one channel, 243 watching across both channels, 250 jumping up and up here. Joining us now on the show, ladies and gentlemen, with the hot tag all the way from Australia, actually still there. Still tied up in the ropes and the posts there, folks. Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
George called it. George Captor called it before I even hit it. After all that quality programming, and we're only at 91 likes, sorry to say, Jericho time. Yeah, you hit the top mod called it, folks. The top mod called it. Okay, and we got Mercedes Monet rapping on deck. Okay, if you guys don't fucking straighten out. No, we appreciate you so much. Y'all did this. Yeah, they did do it. So it's a Pat McAfee minute. Raw's been cooking so far. AJ and Dom was great. Sammy did his goddamn thing. Pierce was just cutting an emotional promo I didn't get to hear. I can't wait to go back and listen to. We had Kai and some IC title action going down with Lyra. And now we have a Pat McAfee minute. I can tell you guys what's happening. Theory and Waller are in the fucking crowd. During these McAfee minutes, he cusses up a storm. he's talking all this shit, and he can say and do pretty much whatever he wants, and it's magnificent. I'm going to turn it up here now. Turn it up. Bow, bow, count the down. He's saying this little kid will beat their asses.
Thank you for the time here. Austin, you and I know each other very well, obviously. I, like everybody else,
okay, so Cora Jade news, possibly. Yeah, what is Chad all saying elsewhere? Legendary segment, thank you. That was amazing. I think I did that, like, you know, and Awful's at the crux of it. Unless QT Marshall's going to come on the show, and ain't no fucking way that's ever going to happen. You know, it's like we got it from the horse's mouth right there, so. Let's see. Dave is going to brag about AEW made 1.3. Yeah. Dakota wins. I cannot listen to JD. Oh, Jake, is that goal regulation size or what? Yeah, Happy Gilmore. Yeah, the mole. Yeah, Becker called it out. If you guys call back. Let's see. Okay.
I'm the journalist. Is what they're saying.
So yeah, McAfee's calling himself a journalist. He's like, you guys have problems, blah blah blah. We all know about that. Okay, let's run it. Let's get into some WWE hot news. So Bailey at the All-Star game. I think we covered that last show. JD gets into a beef again with another person, with Eddie Thorpe. Our guy, my fucking guy over here, my cuz, okay? Eddie Thorpe. And JD goes, I have zero connection to Eddie Thorpe. Oh, sorry. I have zero connection to Eddie Thorpe. How and why is this man a thing on this show? Oh. And then JD goes, annoying doesn't mean connection with the audience. And NXT Underground was largely a failure that produced zero memorable moments. His tweet to me wasn't about his heel work. My tweet to him was about his on-air character. He took my criticism to heart, that he made it about race too. So let's get into this. Eddie Thorpe responds to JD and says, a man with zero perspective outside of his own. The fact that there are people that connect to me and what I represent, and it means a whole lot. No surprise like a guy like you can't find it in him to connect to an indigenous character. My feed is full of this. Yeah, it's hard, man, as an indigenous dude as well. I feel like we got largely skipped over, you know, as far as like, you know? Motherfuckers just, all I gotta say is that they don't really care about us, only, you know? But no, I'm not even, it's not about playing that card. And I get it if a white dude couldn't, let's say, connect to a white Italian mobster, couldn't connect to like an indigenous dude or whatever. That's chill. And Thorpe, that's not fucking, you know, that's like your job and my job to fucking show people to represent. You know what I mean? We got to hold it down. We got to do our goddamn thing as well. So there's that, right? Because it just depends what area you're in, you know? Like for the longest time, people would say, oh, like Jewish people aren't good at sports, you know? And then MJF is like, I take pride. And that was like a whole promo he cut. Same with Goldberg was like, I take pride in proving that thing wrong or whatever the fuck. So it doesn't matter what people think. It's about how you conduct and how you carry yourself and what you do in life, man, being a good person, all that kind of shit. That's what I believe in. And just repping your shit. You know what I mean? So, but it's not a shock to me either. And I don't think he was saying that to be kind of gross. But then he's like, my timeline, my feed is full of this. And that's fair too. That's fair too if you feel like an overwhelming amount of people might not connect to it. And I mean, it's not, you know, it's not really out there in everyone's faces the way other cultures kind of are in the Americas, I would say. In Canada, it largely is, you know. It's more prominent here, which is good, you know. But JD, though, Eddie is saying, and I'm going to defend JD here, which is usually I'm always kind of going, JD, come on now. But I'm calling out Eddie here a little bit. Bro, he said, I have no connection. Why is this a thing on this show? Now, and then you're allowed to respond too and be like, yo, fuck what this guy's talking about. But It is just his opinion. It's not the masses. You do connect to people. You're a fucking heel strapping people down right now, and they just gave you a big win over Trick Willie. Don't fucking sell for JD. You know what I mean? Just don't sell for these people, man. We know. Just keep proving them wrong. You know what I'm saying? But JD responds and goes, I've watched pro wrestling for 39 years. I've covered the sport longer than you've wrestled. Yes. Please make it about race, ethnic background, because I don't know well and good enough that maybe you're fucking boring. Oh, shit. Where's my opinion on a scripted sport not allowed, Eddie? Give me a fucking break. Yeah, and I'll defend JD now here a little bit, too. Again, it's more a criticism of the fucking writers if you think about it, Eddie, but I don't know how locked in with NXT has JD been. Is he as locked in with NXT as I am? He seemed to be more of an AEW guy. Oh, until very recently. Right? So don't even take Eddie, just don't even take this shit. And then JD, like, he gets a kick out of fucking when you sell for him, it just blows his shit up more and more and more. And I'm not mad. I ain't mad at you. You know, I fucking sell for me. I wouldn't be mad if FTR Dax Harwood didn't fucking block me and just talk shit to me, and then I get a bunch of more followers who are like, no, this guy's making sense. Let him cook over here, Dax. You know, I wouldn't be mad at that either. But ultimately, Eddie, you're giving him what he wants here, right? You're validating his opinion to people by letting it know it bothers you when you could just prove this guy wrong. And you can let him, I'm not saying you're not allowed to respond to, I do. When people are like, oh, you gonna go talk to fucking two people on your dumb show no one listens to? I'm like, bro, on Wednesdays we can get like 4 to 450 depending on what's going on. Like, you know, and I only got almost 6K subs now. I always say 5K, but we're at 6K pretty much now. You know, so yeah, I'll respond to that shit too. But Eddie, you're also a heel. I would have responded and been like, bro, I'd have said some shit like, don't make daddy come fucking spank you, and then or something with the strap. Maybe that's a little too sus, but hey, Thirstcast, no. Hey, we get sus here at PWT sometimes no. We accept everybody. Everybody love everybody to the fullest at PWT. You know what I'm saying? No. But here we go. So Road Dogg, Brian James, has been named the new co-lead writer for SmackDown. A bunch of fans jumped on this. Oh, he was the shits, blah, 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 blah. Well, AJ Styles, who wrestled earlier tonight, came to his defenses and had Road Dogg's back. And AJ was like, before judging this guy from his past performance as the head writer, just know that there was a man who picked it apart to the point that it was no longer his ideas anymore. And that's Vince, pal. So it's official. Kevin Owens has officially challenged Sami Zayn to a match at Chamber in Toronto, Canada. I missed the whole Sami Zayn, Adam Pearce thing that got emotional. I can't wait to go and watch that back. Right now, Gunther's cooking with Pat McAfee, and he's saying, yeah, do I think Jey Uso can beat you at Mania? You want my honest opinion? So there you fucking go. He's yeeting. Little yeeting here, little yeeting there, yeeting all over the place. Yeah. And so here, I'm going to watch this. Let's get back to the show here. And then we'll get back to the news in a minute. I've been going with the fucking sicko wars here, basically. So Gunther's going to whoop the shit out of McAfee, it looks like. JD's just an angry, grifting midget. Okay. JD cooked. JD is an exposed racist. How's he a racialist, bro? I don't know. I've never seen him do or say anything racialist personally. Is my only thing, you know? Yeah. Now, Uso, listen to the heat. Like, he's so over, yeet, 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 every punch. Everyone's so mad at Gunther. He just cooked with McAfee, who's Uso's biggest supporter. Uso's kicking security guard ass now. And now he's about to get choked out. Hurricane Helms is in the ring. Shout out Rosie in WWE 2K25. We manifested that shit, chat. Okay. Big brawl here. There's Petey Williams. Don't think he's a racialist, maybe biased, but who knows? I don't actually know. That's what I mean. I've never seen him like, if someone is like, oh, here's him dropping N-bombs and stuff, it's like, all right, you got me. But I've never actually seen or heard why people say that. I know Kunoa says it, and I always burst out laughing because it's like something I just don't think of. So when he whips it out, it's like, oh my God, that's so salacious. Like, it's so spicy to say. But Jason Jordan sighting, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm so hyped for this match, and the people are hyped for this match. Fuck what Twitter was talking about. They were you want to talk about fake outrage? That's like 1 or 2 days of fucking talking about people not wanting Jay, and now everyone, look at this whole building to the rafters, daddy. And we've just got great heat and drama behind all of these matches. Hey. Look at everyone yeeting, dude. Yeah, at Mania. Ooh, in the main event. Oh, dude, he's going to win that strap from Gunther, bro. It's going to be awesome. Dapping up Cole and fucking McAfee. Amazing shit. So Liv and Raquel are backstage. So they're talking about the footage that implicates them with Jade Cargill.
All Raquel and I have done since we've been together is elevate the level of competition in the entire women's division. And that continues tonight when Raquel qualifies for chamber match and beats cute little Roxanne. I mean, sure, Roxanne has the record for the longest performance in a row.
JD's recorded a stream yelling at Japanese and Mexican people. Like, what does that mean, though? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean, all Jake? Like, he was yelling, like making fun of them, like being like, oh, like doing like racial, like gong and doing like, oh, me, like, you know, Brendan Schaub type jokes. Brendan Schaub tells a joke. He's like, yeah, my mother-in-law asked me, do you want a Mexican cookie? I'm like, what is that, a chocolate chip with salsa on it? And it's like, what? And that's the punchline. And you're just sitting there like, you know, you're like, no pop.
Exactly, no pop.
Right? So is he like saying shit like that, or what? Or, you know, what is it? That's all. Someone send me a clip. F you. Oh, now nobody hate on Jake. He just, listen, I'm not saying what he said in chat. I'm not gonna put it on stream, but no one hate on Jake for what he said. He's just letting us know. So there you go. He's throwing the N-word to Japanese, and I did not know that. And if there's proof of that, I would love to see that as well. But okay, I'm not aware of that at all. So when people make those claims, that's where it stems from, allegedly. Now we know, stream. I'm just talking about it because I don't know. I'm asking the questions here, okay? I'm curious like y'all. Okay, we got Yeet walking backstage through Gorilla during commercial. Let me call this. They're just following Jey Uso, walking backstage through Gorilla, just one single camera shot. They turn to face him now. He's still walking through the backstage area. The crowd's still yeeting and chanting for him. And they're screaming one more time for Jay. He's crossing the New Day. The Boo Day are here. Xavier's like, I know what you're doing. You're a tag guy trying to break off on your own. Yeah, we'll get back to news after Penta time. Kofi's like, dude, nobody thought I could do it either. We know, you know, they're trying to relate to Jay and, you know. Would have been no Kofi Mania if the Usos didn't. He's taking credit for that shit. And then he said New Day sucks. Did anyone talk about Tony being booed? Yeah, I covered it on Saturday's live show, Reginald, in chat. Yeah, we're going to get back to news, people. Don't worry. Phil Marks, bookmarks are still full and plentiful. So then they run into Butch, and he's like, maybe they're right. New Day sucked. Sneezing over here. Dom's backstage looking all beat up. Yeah, that's what I love is the backstage area in WWE now. It's not just like, oh, here's random shit. Like, you have to be paying attention to what's going on in the background and shit. Because there's things going on. Like commercial break, there's things going on. Yeah, if the Usos didn't forfeit, yeah. Yeah, and I have a good pod, by the way, with Grapple Vision coming for you guys this week as well. I keep talking about it, but it's actually coming because, like, it just makes sense to talk about it now because, yeah, the craziest drama happened. I was being so, yeah, I'll break it down with a little preamble on the pod, but what happened was, like, I thought I reached to a friend to try and help someone, like remedy a situation, like a beef between two people. Because I was like, oh, this is purely a misunderstanding. And I know both of you. Let me just quickly, like I can easily just remedy this, right? And then one of the people blew up on me and like fucking, I'm telling you, like really showed me a side of them I could not believe. And then I was like, oh, fuck. So I just held off on the pod because I was like, is this just going to make it worse? So then I just, yeah, it was so stupid. You guys will learn all about it this week, I promise, on PWT podcast. But yeah. So he's begging Pierce. Okay, so this is the part I missed. So Pierce was like pleading with him, dude, don't do the match. Sort of the same way like Cody Rhodes had to plead for his match with KO. They're kind of making Sammy do the same thing because he's all hurt and Adam Pierce doesn't. But it's crazy they're doing KO and Sammy at Chamber and not Mania. Unless they do it at Mania again in like a... So an unsanctioned match, dude, that's gangsta.
Well, it's official. It'll happen a week from tomorrow. Rogers Center. Elimination Chamber. They started in Canada, they end in Canada.
Yeah, so Penta time and then more hot news, guys. I got a lot. Again, we got some more WWE. We have some AEW stuff that I want to bring you guys. I'll save a lot of it for Wednesday, too. Let it bank up. And some Grand Slam scam. Just a couple last little side things. And what else do I got? We'll do Dave Meltzer. Don't worry. We got Meltzer, a Meltzer moment coming at ya. But I got ya.
Something this man has never been. A lot of stars here tonight, including that man, Brad Thomas. I'm not sure if you got an opportunity to check out Surviving Black Hawk Down on Netflix. It is pretty awesome.
Oh, yeah, and WWE LFG. Did y'all watch that? So who are these ladies, these hot-ass girls, Love is Blind alums? There you go. The fucking MILFs are in the house, dude. The Cougars. And they're drinking out of gold chalices right here. You know they're loving wrestling, dude. That's called brand integration right there, folks. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah, I talk shit about those sparklers, but the fire and the sparklers are definitely the way to go. So they announced the entire WWE 2K25 roster as well, other than like variants and like persona cards that they're going to try and milk nickel and dime money out of people for. But Penta wasn't on there, and he will be DLC 1,000,000%. Have zero miedo, okay? He will be DLC, like, without question. You guys saw how quick they added Punk. They always have Penta's moves and shit in the games anyways. So they're going to add him with the quickness on, like, an international. Every year they do a international stars or, like, a... They reword it differently, but it's basically like, here's all the people, you know, here's all the international people type of shit. So he gets slapped, chop, boom, trading strikes. Yeah, that LFG show, man. I might do a series review. Maybe I'll do episode by episode, but I kind of want to do it with edits where, like, I talk about my thoughts on each character and not like watch along style or like just review, like, here's what happened, here's what happened. Like YouTuber style, you know, like maybe even write it out first. So I might do that for you guys if you'd be into that. But I'm loving that show. I can't get enough of it, man. And then fucking Cobra Kai ended. God damn. Cobra Kai ended, man. Yeah, so if you guys like LFG, right now, go watch WWE Next Gen if you haven't already. It's on like Roku or whatever. That BJ Ray guy who was like getting into it with Bully, he's from that Next Gen show. And so are a few of the people on this show. And he was a dick then too. Like, this isn't fucking... It is sort of his gimmick, but this isn't even fully a gimmick. Like, he is one of those guys. Like, if he wasn't in the WWE, he'd be doing fucking pranks, yelling in Walmarts, doing TikToks, you know? Where he's like yelling in Walmarts and trolling people like that. He's just a fucking douchebag.
Take the legs out. The high flying.
No, I don't watch Yellowstone. Yeah, Penta. What I say, George, is an amalgamation, or like he's a combo of La Parka and Ultimo Dragon. That's how I view him. His style, as well. God, that backstabber move is great. Yeah, the women outshone the men on LFG. Maxine Dupree's boyfriend is like, he's okay. The women just get it more. The women just get the whole instinctual pro wrestling thing better than guys do in these in the NXT system, it seems like. Even the physicality of it. And like, they're all so bad at promos. Other than like that BJ Ray guy. But he was kind of good even before, you know, like on the Next Gen show. So now Kaiser's coming down. Butch took a shot at New Day as well. So it's like, is he hating on the New Day? I don't know. Here, I'll call the action through the commercial. 2-minute and 2.5 minute break. So Kaiser staring them down. Butch landing a clubbing blow. They're back in the ring.
Now here looking on. As Pete Dunne continues the dissection.
LK says the women's match was an NFL cheerleader versus an Olympic track champion. Yeah, exactly. And they both just two NIL. So that show's more focused on NIL people, whereas I think the Evolve is more ID focused. You know what I mean? So that's how you keep it separate. And that's the way to do it, I think, as well. Because some of the ID people might not be as athletically gifted, but they're already cutting promos and know where to be, and their timing might be a little better. And they just got to learn like WWE style a little bit. And whereas the NILs, though, man, they're catching on so quickly. It's scary. It's just scary. They're just like, it's like factory pumping out people, but they're somehow coming up with new, unique gimmicks and doing callback to old shit that people want while not shitting all over it, right? Like American Made's a great callback to Team Angle, but they're not like lowering one. They're not like rebooting old 80s movies and shitting all over them, you know? The way Hollywood doesn't shit. That's where Maxine Dupree. Yeah, Ludwig is with Stratton. Maxine Dupree's dating that NFL guy who's on the show. And I went, oh, fuck. Because I'd see him, like, sometimes you go on Instagram, right? In her socials, she's, like, with this dude. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if he's training at NXT. Or, oh, this guy's not a fucking wrestler, it doesn't seem like. Oh, he plays football, you know? That was, like, my notion of him a while. Like, I think they've been together a while. But no, he's in fucking WWE. Like, and then people were saying, oh, I don't know why they picked Booker. Someone said that to me, and I'm not hating on this person on Twitter. They're like, oh, like, who would pick Booker and Taker instead of like Bubba or Mickey or whoever? But dude, Booker would be one of my top choices personally. I love Taker as well. The old saying is like those who can't do teach, but like there's a lot of great pro wrestlers who teach pro wrestling, right? You know, Booker has a track record of training a bunch of people. He has like an indie fed that WWE's working with, you know, and that they specifically, before they even announced the ID program, that they would send Lexus King to and certain people to. Booker's a tremendous teacher, and man, he came from WCW and still became a world champion and shit in WWE, took a pay cut, stayed on TV. Like, he's the guy who will teach you how to do fucking business correctly. And he knows how to do character shit, everything, man. Yeah, Booker to me would have been one of my top choices. Taker seems like an obvious, but here's my whole thing. I don't know if Taker will be able to convey and teach as well as a guy like Booker or Bubba who fucking have schools, man. Or like Mickey, who her job is in a bunch of locker rooms is like, you're wrestling and you're our champion, but you're also like helping all the women. You know, you and Gail Kim are basically helping everyone. So Booker, to me, if I had my choice, I think I would legit pick Booker first. That's me. What I love is they set it up Undertaker, who is like a WWF guy through and through, and then Booker T, who is like a WCW guy who came over and then got over in WWE as well, right? The last WCW world champion as far as that promotion being alive. And then they have one of the greatest tag team wrestlers of all time, and then they have one of the fucking greatest women's wrestlers of all time, right? So they have like Booker T, a WCW guy, they have a WWE guy. Who were both at the tippy top of their companies or whatever. And then you have one of the best tag guys of all time. And then you have one of the best women of all time as the four coaches. So we'll really see, as far as the coaches competing, we'll really see like, damn, Bully's, because Bully never, let's face it. Yeah, he got over in TNA, but he's more over as a tag guy. Is his info going to translate as well as like a Mickey James is, who, whatever, do the women relate to Mickey more? Does she get through to the guys more because she's not as hard on them, or so? Like, who knows, right? I can't wait to see that dynamic. And I like how it's more like of a competition. There's like a competition show element to it as well, right? Like the coaches want to compete with each other. It's more of like an Ultimate Fighter feel where there's actual stakes instead of like, you know, Next Gen was cool kind of following them around, but I want to see them compete. And by the way, guys, my eyes are glued. Penta's cooking. I'm just trying not to leave dead air, right? We're seeing off the rope bomb. We see the Destroyer. Fucking Butch rolls out. I mean, the Mexican Destroyer, yeah, The crowd's way into this, hitting the Cerro Miedo. Kaiser's on the apron. Ref kick his ass out. These guys are fucking cooking. Like, Butch with a nice cut-off fucking enziguri. Big kick out. So, yeah, these guys are hitting all types of shit. Great strikes, great fucking reversals. Fucking Penta works this WWE style so well. He sells so well. The backstabber spot was great. Of course, the Destroyer, the way they sell it. Yeah, now get Kaiser out of here. Here we go. The Penta driver. 1, uno, dos, tres. It's over. Let's go. What a good match. My only thing, though, with the LFG show, sorry about all the dead air, I'm just watching the replays. My only thing with the LFG show is that some of these people, like that BJ Ray guy, like he's been at the PC for so long. Kaiser assaulting Penta. Like he's been there for so long. He's already been around Bubba. Maybe not Bubba, but he's already been around like all fucking Taker. I'm sure he's met him before. You know, he's already been around Punk and HBK and shit for like quite a while. But also there was a girl on there who's in the PC for 1 week, and she fucking crushed her promo. It wasn't a 10 out of 10, but out of all the promos, she was one of the best. She's only been in the PC 1 week. Okay, everyone's freaking out about this clip now. What happened? Okay, so Jake, how do I get to that? Like, did you tag me on that on X or what? Tag me on that somewhere, or DM it to me if you didn't, and then I can like listen to it. I don't know if I want to play it though. Like, I don't want to spread racialist shit, you know what I mean? But I'll like listen to it maybe over here, and then please, Jake, link me that, please, in the fucking. But yeah, I'll listen to that for sure. I don't know if I'm gonna play it on air. I don't want to be fucking that guy. Unless you guys are really like begging for it, but yeah. Tag me on X. Okay, let me look. So Jay is speaking with Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kelly. Kathy Kelly.
So how are you feeling confidence-wise?
Okay, I'm listening to this while we listen to Uso's promo. Okay, let me. So wait, were these comments his? Like, what am I missing, bro? I don't see any fucking here. Let me see.
Let's go to the administrator presented by Piero. This was at the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game this past Friday night in Oakland. Bailey was part of Team Jerry Rice Pack. High school basketball.
Where's JD saying anything in this video? I'm listening. I'm watching a Klonowa video. Sorry, guys. I'm like over here sleuthing. I have no idea. I have no idea, dude. You tagged me in something, but it doesn't show anything that JD actually said. Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't actually show anything he says. He doesn't say anything in that. That's what I mean. I need to see or hear him say something before I'll say that, you know, about somebody. That's all I'm saying. Not that I'm like looking for it. I don't want to. I hope he's not. but fucking people throw it around. So there's got to be smokes, or there's got to be not even fire to the smoke, but there's got to be something somewhere, right? Why do people keep fucking saying it? But yeah, that didn't like he just alluded to JD. There was no actual like even comment from him or no quote from him or anything. But anyways, let's get to some more WWE hot news, shall we? So Seth Rollins reveals that he may be interested, or here, let me fucking hit the music. The 16-second mark. Okay. He says, you black MFer. Oh. Oh, that's his voice saying that? Like, that's not Alfred. Hold on a second. Hold on. What am I missing? Yeah, let me just bring it back. I also have a fucking loud TV on over here, but yeah, clearly I missed something. Because I was looking for it, because you guys understand what I'm saying? On the video, they're showing all these comments on the screen. So I'm like, oh, he typed it. So I'm like trying to read it. I'm pausing each frame. I'm like, where did he say anything? I don't see this. And he doesn't even come on the screen at the 16-second mark. I will. Where the fuck is the gabagool here? My notifications are blown way up. Okay, let me see this here. The 16-second mark. Oh, that's him. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. So that's him. Yeah, that is JD. Okay, because he called him Jerry. I didn't understand because he's making like a Ted Nugent joke or whatever, right? What is he saying? Who like more white people who like Ted Nugent, right, Jerry? And then I didn't realize it cuts to a clip that is JD gaming on a headset playing some sort of game, Fortnite or some shit, and he's saying black MFer or whatever. I don't know what's the triggering part. I'm just quoting someone here. No one get mad at me for covering the news. No, okay, there it was. Thank you for that. I see it. Okay. Yes, thank you for that. I just didn't realize that was him. I thought it was just some random MAGA guy because Alfred's showing like a fucking Ted Nugent concert or, a Trump rally or something. And then all of a sudden it's just, I didn't know. I didn't realize what that was. I didn't even see the guy at the top of the screen until that time. So good shit. Dakota is doing a promo with Vic Joseph. Okay. The dude who won the slam dunk contest 3 times is a G leaguer. He's not even in the NBA full time. Thank you, Just Joe, for dropping that knowledge. I did not know that. He's saying that to Bianca. Listen, someone provide a bunch of evidence, and then someone might, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. I'll call it out, but it's just a very quick clip there. But anyway, fucking JD, everyone's mad. Okay, here, let's play the breaking Seth Franklin Rollins reveals that he may be interested in running WWE after the current regime has decided to move on when asked about plans for post-retirement. Yeah, he's Triple H's guy, and they're grooming him and shit. He could totally be, no Diddy, but he could totally be that dude one day. Why not? And it could be Punk down there running NXT, and they don't like each other IRL, but they'll make it fun work. Anyways, Man Like Derice or Man Like Derice, I have no idea, is on WWE's radar as a potential signing. So this is like an ID thing, I think, or several talents in WWE have been pushing for the signing of both Rio and Derice. Rio, and not the Rio y'all know from AEW, a different Rio, was recently spotted at the NXT Performance Center for NXT tapings, but was just visiting at the time. So WWE decides to lift their ban fully on marijuana. Wrestle Purist gets this quote from the Speakeasy podcast of Mitch and Mia Yim saying, so before marijuana used to be on the WWE drug list, and they took that off a few years ago. So when I get home on Saturdays, I do that. I just chill out all day, and then I get back into the gym on Sunday. Amen, sister. Sundays are kind of like that for me. I try to make sure I have like everything You know, I make sure I have like videos uploaded way in advance and shit so I can just chill. You know what I mean? I modded out my I homebrewed my fucking Nintendo Wii. Shout out Plenty and Pixel Art. So I have like 10 billion I have like every Nintendo game ever on this thing, and it's fucking awesome. So that's what I've been doing on Sundays. You know what I mean? Just chilling out and watching Cobra Kai, which is unfortunately over. So shout out Michin, Mia Yim in Minecraft, of course. She means in Minecraft, but no, I think pretty much even YouTube's like pretty. I think we're chill on that now. You know, I think everything's pretty chill, but still, the joke remains forever. Because when I came into YouTube, the people I sort of studied, that was kind of the code they use. So we'll just keep it going. But yeah, I think it's pretty lenient now. But anyways, I Show Speed says he genuinely thought he was going to die following the spear from Braun Breaker at the Royal Rumble. He's still on about this, man.
After this, bro, the day after the when Braun Breaker speared me, chat, bro, I had probably one of the worst headaches. I couldn't move, chat. I could not move, bro. I thought I was genuinely about to die. Like, real talk. That was maybe one of the most craziest worst experiences ever. Like, real talk. Like, I'm being so serious right now.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's funny. Everything that could have went wrong for him did, other than like the moment how viral it went. So it was also revealed, I guess this is via Fightful, so I guess it's gossip, but the minimum pay for a WWE talent on the main roster is in the range of $200K to $300K, with a number of talent earning in the millions per year. Now, here's the thing. My guy Dose was on the show, and it looks like your boy Phil didn't miss, and I was right again. And shout out Dose, but I was like, you don't think anyone, I think what I was saying was, you don't think anyone in NXT is getting the main roster money already, like 200, 300, 350,000, $250,000? And then he was like, no, there's no way. But here's the thing. I know for sure people in NXT, and this isn't, I'm a dumb fuck, I don't know anything, but I know for sure, chat, that there are some people in NXT, this may have been like mainstreamly reported as well, get main roster money, like some people, and main roster people like the Good Brothers, who then had to go down to NXT, they were getting main roster money for sure. And we're seeing, like, you mean to tell me Bailey was just on NXT for like a few weeks? She's getting main roster money, you know what I mean? So some people for surely are. You can't tell me Julia's not getting a little more than like Sol Ruka or like Lola Vice. Come on now, right? There's a little more value to that. So you can't tell me Ricky Starks ain't getting a little more than, or maybe Ethan Page, but Ricky, he's probably getting a little more than Trick, even maybe the same, maybe a little, you know, who knows? Like, it's got to be up there. But yeah, and I threw that number out there, not entirely ignorantly, but I was like, yeah, you know, like 200, 350, I even said, but like $250,000. I don't know, dude. The base salary on the main roster is apparently $200 to $300 now, and that's awesome, bro. Fucking epic. Like, there you go. Uncertainty. Like, if you can make it to that main roster, you can lock in about $200,000 now for them to bank on you to deliver, right? So I get it. $8 million for less dates. Osprey, bruv. That's great. Okay. But like we said on this show, it's fast money, and the longevity, being a legend, being in the Hall of Fame. Oh, that doesn't mean shit. I don't know. It kind of does mean something now. The video games, having them keep you on a Legends deal. Like, they don't set up retirement funds and shit, but they're like trying to pay people and things like this, you know, who gave their bodies and their time and stuff like that. It's a new regime in WWE. I'd want to be a part of it. Not saying don't get, if you're like a young guy like MJF, get all your money and shit for sure. But the idea was that everybody's stock would rise. And no, I mean, a lot of people called it. I'm certain I said it too. Eventually we're going to see, it's like the minimum wage thing, right? Like, everyone's like, we need more minimum wage to go up. And it's like, you're damn right. Every job should pay people more. Everybody should be able to live comfortably and shit. You know what I mean? Take care of themselves for sure. And you can't convince me that, like, yes, everybody works hard and shit, you know, and there's different tiers of jobs and stuff. And I get it. Yeah, maybe someone who works at McDonald's shouldn't get paid as much as like a guy who puts the pipes together so everyone can drink water or something. Okay, yeah, we can argue that all day. But what I'm saying is that, you know, minimum wage goes up, then everything just goes up and inflates. But like pay scale in an entertainment in a field like this, going up for everybody, that's like a really good thing. That's the way the wrestling business is fucking booming. That's almost like their minimum wage, like their minimum guarantees are all in the six figures if you can just get to that main roster. Now it's harder than ever to get there. It ain't fucking easy to get there. NXT, you probably got to grind it out there, make a little less, maybe make a little more, depending who you are. It's not going to be easy, but the opportunity, especially with them being on Netflix and having Netflix eyeing up everything, all the superstars and everything. Look at Roxanne just selling her ass off, getting ragdolled around, looking like the baby face after being the mega heel in NXT. Brilliant work. And that's what I mean. So Roxanne got called up. Do you think she got a pay bump? She was probably getting around close to 200K before. No, I don't know when she renegotiated her deal or whatever. Plus the merch. Plus if you go over your cup, as MXM explained it. Plus, you know, the bigger payouts for WrestleManias and shit when they sell out crazy and do these crazy TV deals. So, yeah, definitely this is just a good thing for all of wrestling. So I know people would clown on AEW like, man, Daniel Garcia is probably getting $250,000. I've made that joke. He's probably making like 250, 300 grand. Here's the thing. He would never be on the main roster in fucking WWE. For sure not yet. You know? And you could compare it. Like there's guys in AEW who, because I've just seen a few sickos be like, oh, but if AEW is paying, but really think about it. If Pete Dunne's making 200 grand, is that worth it? Over, let's say, like Danny Garcia making 200 grand a year, chat. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. I'm going to ask chat right now on the Clips channel. Who would you rather pay 200K to? Pete Dunne or Daniel Garcia? There you go. You guys tell me, who would you rather spend 200 grand on per year if you were a wrestling company? Okay. MJ says, for 5, says, how many AEW talent in the NBA All-Star Game celebrating it last year on TNT? None. And MJ, I like that you bring that up because you think that, oh, the brand integration, it's so strong. You would think that they would say, let's get an AEW wrestler that even, oh, yeah, we're going to have a WWE guy. Well, the WWE said they couldn't have whatever. That would be the conspiracy theory. I'm sure that's already the excuse. WWE said there couldn't be an AEW person. But if this AEW was this multi-billion-dollar profitable, over-the-top fucking money-making machine franchise thing, even for WBD, who are notorious for making bad TV deals, who, by the way, are breaking up. MJ, you got to come on and talk about this shit, too, eventually. You know, they're breaking up. The rumors are, like, they're going to break up into, like, fucking their TV is one thing over here. Their movies are one thing over here. Their fucking, you know, comic books are over here, everything. So if they do that and new TV people come in, like, let's say they go, yeah, we're going to hire all these new people to go work, and then they're looking at AEW and they go, yeah, fuck this. That could totally happen, and it could get canceled and shit. Okay, it could totally happen if they're doing 500,000 fucking viewers and if the max numbers aren't hitting. Now, MJ, I wanted to task you with this too. I wanted you to look up, because they say it's one of the highest rated sports on Max. So we deduced it to like, hey, UEFA soccer, NFL, NHL, Bellator MMA, which is not even a thing anymore, and then AEW. Those are like what they play on there. What does that mean? One of the highest rated. So there's only 4 on there. So yeah, it's one of the, okay, like out of a few, one of the top 3. You know, that's what I don't fucking get, and I don't understand where they're going with that. And so Yeah, MJ, I need you to investigate. Like, what is the top rated? Because maybe we can deduce some shit. Because if it did as high, let's say it did it as high as one of their top or lowest rated NHL games, let's say, we'd hear about it. So what's the lowest rated NHL game on record in Max history that we can find? And then maybe we can deduce from there. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to pick up a breadcrumb here. Back to the news here, as well as Naomi and Bianca are dressed like the East Compton Clovers. What are they called? It's from the fucking the Rancho Cucamonga Toros or whatever, right? From Bring It On. They're the other school, the East Compton. Or what is it? You guys know. I can't remember. It's from Bring It On. Yes, from Bring It On. That's what they're dressed as. Yes, that's amazing. I love that movie. Yeah, but what's the name of the schools? It's the Rancho Carne Toros or the Rancho Cucamonga Toros, right? And then, and I'm not joking, it's one of those. And then it's the, what's the team they play? The East Compton, or because they're LA-based teams, right? Like schools or whatever, rather. Rancho Carne. And then, yeah, Liza Dushku. Yeah, what's the school, though? The girl, here. What are the schools in Bring It On? Jesus, someone will say it in chat. The East Compton Clovers. Thank you. Oh, so I was right. I said that before. Yeah. And then Moose Knuckle, you fucker, man. Pulling a JD over here, Moose Knuckle. So yeah, I went on my rant about base salaries. So Asuka warns everybody that her X account has been hacked by crypto scammers. So don't click on anything she posts. Okay. Definitely don't do that. The commentary team for LFG is Vic Joseph, who's just killing it. So Vic is on NXT, on SmackDown, and during the commercial breaks, it's not Jackie Redmond who's been doing the 4-way hockey team tournament. It's Vic Joseph, guys. I don't know if I mentioned that during the show. So on Raw, it's Vic interviewing people, doing triple, quadruple duty, doing LFG as well. And I love it, man. And Borash hearing his voice again is great to hear on that shit. And they do a really great job of, they do their commentary in post, clearly. But then they do it live for when because there's two types of matches in LFG. There's ones that are in front of a crowd before NXT, like dark match style. And then there's ones that are just in front of like 20 people, in the PC. And they get judged off those. So it's just a really great show. Here's a funny, I don't know, chat. Let me know what this is from. I don't know what this little sketch is from at all. Huge pop from me. I popped so hard. Here's Triple H and Stephanie. And hopefully I don't get yellow flagged for the music.
And how you play it all about control. And if you can take it, and if you can play it, it's all about
Really?
What?
Do you have to do that every time we get in the car to go anywhere?
What's the point of having entrance music if you're not going to use it?
Well, where does that music come from, anyway?
What the fuck was this from? That's so funny. Yeah, so Vic Joseph talking to Ludwig Kaiser right now. So John Cena, they announced some dates. He will be live on the road to WrestleMania in Brussels, Glasgow, and London this March. The last time he'll ever be there, folks. Get your tickets now. Yeah, so there you go. He'll be on Raw 17, 24, 31 in Europe. Those crowds are going to go fucking bananas for him. Shout out Cena the GOAT. I'd love to get you on a fucking Netflix show soon. One of these Raws. Right? Jesus Christ, the guy filming movies. And I'm sitting here like, oh, that's not very fair, John Cena. That's not very fair, John Cena. To go to Brussels and Glasgow and Leeds and Blackpool and all these other fucking places. and my throat's kind of sore, so I don't know if my impression's hidden right. But that's not very fair, Eric. Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not very fair for John Cena to go to Europe and not even announce dates in America yet, Eric.
Come on now, Eric.
And while I have your attention, might I divert it down towards the link below? WWE Fanatics. There might be a sale on right now. Who fucking knows? You might even get a dick pill or two. Go to WWE Shop and use the promo link below and hook PWT the fuck up, because it's not very fair. It's not very fair that people get Blue Chew ad reads and I don't when I'm trying to make a living for my family, Eric. You can use that promo link next time you grab a shirt and support a motherfucker like me. Oh, we're done. Sorry, guys. Commercials back in 30 seconds. The Boo Day's coming out. We're going to get into some more hot news, but I'm very interested in seeing what the Boo Day do up next. It's going to be fucking big boos raining down.
It used to be like that. You see, but what had happened was...
But yeah, for real, if AEW gets affiliate links, they should do that. I will gladly shield that too, but it's no extra cost. There's literally probably like 30% off right now. Let me look. I'll go to WWE Shop. You know what I'm saying? And let's just see. Might as well. I'll just tell you guys. There's 40% off right now. If you fucking click that link down there below, and then you fucking use the code TITLE40. Okay? President's Day sale, 40% off. Go click the link in my description, though. Okay? Get you a fucking lucha mask or something. It's President's Day in America, and we call it Family Day in Canada. We just invented some bullshit to get a holiday the same day as you guys. So Jeremy Rue saying Mercedes isn't the highest paid woman anymore. Becky signed getting a raise from 3.1 to 4 million a year in her new contract. Yeah, but Mercedes is saying she's getting like 5 to 10 is what all the dirt sheets tried to make us believe. So that would mean Mercedes is still the highest paid. But who gives a shit? They're paying her for nothing. They're paying her to just piss people off and make them not want to watch the fucking show. Okay, a fucking sweet package here for Io Sky. Some Weapon X shit. So MJG says Max is the lowest watched streamer of any major streamer. Right. So they say it's Ref MJ. They say that AEW is one of the highest viewed sports. What's the fucking highest views on the sports, though? Like, I understand that aspect, but let's figure it out. Like, we can figure out roughly what they're doing. For sure we can. We just have to, because there's like 4 sports. So we just figure out, like, what's the highest and the lowest of each of those. And then we go, and then we can deduce, like, okay, did they tout this number? Did they not? Like, you know, then we can figure out, oh, here's what they flexed. Here's what they're not willing to flex. You know, we all know it's low, but I'm trying to be optimistic, Phil, here. Okay, guys? Is it so wrong that I try to give him a chance? Being top 5 of the lowest 1.2% of usage is actually pathetic. Yeah, bro, I'm not arguing that. Hey, we're on the same page here, buddy, okay? Oh, shit. And you guys see that Jey Uso comes out and he has like the Orlando gear. I forgot to point that out too. And then he, just like Cena, whatever Cena's in, he has the gear, right? When he goes to Europe, he'll probably just have fucking one thing for the whole trip. Maybe not, though. Maybe they go all out. Might as well. But Jey Uso I'm comparing him to John Cena. He is this era's Cena, or they can, like, fuck Cody Rhodes. He's got to go heel at some point. Jay is the guy. They can just run this E thing into the ground. Have him sell fucking shades to kids and meet all the little kids and shit. So Boo Day getting booed. I love their fucking outfits, man. New Day are so good in this new fucking heel thing they're doing. And like they're, you know, they both just have like their denim, different style denim, like fly ass denim shit, and then shirts open, no shirts on, fucking abs out. That shit's just hilarious. And then Kofi's got that asshole beard. I love it so much. Can I tell you guys? Fuck, man. I got hit with an allegedly. Oh, and I try and protect this stuff. I don't know why. People tell me so much shit, and a lot of them, I wouldn't bring it if they weren't down with me saying it. But basically, so I got messaged, do you mind a Raw spoiler? And I said, no, let's hear it. And then I get told, you guys can guess, right? And I don't want to fucking spoil any Raw shit that might happen, but I don't even know how this spoils Raw at all. Should I read this DM? This is all we don't know, right? This is not fucking news or anything. This is just, no, you guys don't want it? No? Poo Day, Ray lost an eye. Kofi's like, I've been here longer than Rey Mysterio. Is that true? Yeah, I guess if you count the time Ray left.
The difference between Ray and myself is the fact that I have never left.
Yeah, I think people dipped out. They don't want a spoiler. Yeah, don't worry. I won't spoil shit. If chat really wants it, I can read what Husey sent me. And allegedly.
Rey Mysterio kicking us out of the locker room is audacious. And it's that level of audacity and disrespect.
It's audacious. Fucking Kofi and Xavier Cook, dude. It's funny because everyone thought no one would boo Kofi. It's like, yes, they will. He's so good. Heels lie. Yeah, heels do lie. Kofi has a roadkill beard. Yeah, exactly.
And he lay there in the middle of the ring, crying, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Cooking they are, yeah. Probably some clown trying to BS Phil anyway. Read it. No, Husey's not a fucking clown. He's not a clown. He produces K100, guys. So if you guys haven't caught on to the fucking bit, when I go allegedly, then I hit Conan. It's like, this is stuff that he's like, dude, this is what people talk about, what they talk about. And I'd rather fucking give you the goss before like anyone, you know, he's like, we're buddies, you know? He's just like, it's just fun to talk about it. Like you do it in a fun way, you know, instead of trying to grip the $14.99 and go, hey, fucking, right? I tell you guys, it ain't scoops. It ain't Phil Scoops over here. If shit's right, okay. I'm not trying to take credit for being right or first. I don't care about that. It's just a matter of, you know, talking the shit. It's like the old comic book shops, bro. We just talk, nah, Superman would whoop Hulk's ass because this would, you know, it's the same type of shit. It's just an extension of that in pro wrestling because we have the internet now. People got to get over it. These same people who are like, oh, why do you guys talk about this stuff are all the same people commenting on Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and get involved in celebrity culture. It's just like, you know, shut the fuck up. Let us gossip. Here, so LW, here, I'll just read what he said because this isn't a spoiler at all. This could just be, well, listen, it's a possible, he's telling me what a match will be for Mania in the women's division. Do you guys want to hear that? If you don't want to hear that, I won't read it. Like, chat is numero uno. Me and Husey talk about a bunch of shit I don't say on the show. You know, stuff where he's like, don't say this, you know, but this is him just throwing it out before the Raw show because he knows I'm going to be talking about it. So if you guys want to know the women, like, I allegedly as well, this is just Husey talking shit. This could be completely wrong. This could be the plan from WWE. Say this, so they say this, and these people say this, and then we don't do that. I'm totally willing to embrace that too. But yeah, it's just if you guys want to hear a fucking allegedly, we can do it. So let me know. Just say it, read it, you pussy. Okay, thanks. I get. He says, so apparently as of right now, the plan for Mania is Ripley versus Io Sky versus Morgan, and Io is to win the title from Ripley on the Raw after Elimination Chamber. Could all change, of course. Personally, I would just prefer, and then that's always what Husey does. He just goes, I don't like this or that. He's not like, take it to the bank, man. But yeah, he's like, personally, I would just prefer Ripley versus Sky than a three-way. And I was like, yeah. And then he's like, and then I was like, that's wild if that's true. And he's like, I really hope it's not a triple threat. Seems like lazy booking to do it. So he just can't get over the fact, so that's more why he's hitting me up too. It's not like, oh, here's this news, It's always we're just talking about it, fandom. So yeah, triple threat. And they're not doing Charlotte because we speculated heavily on this show. Charlotte versus Rhea. That's the money match, the trilogy. They've never done it for that belt. It makes most sense. It's just a big money match. They're going Charlotte Tiffy. So Charlotte can hopefully make Tiffy. So yeah, what do they do with Rhea? Just a one-on-one with Io? Haven't we already seen that? What do they do with Rhea? One-on-one with Liv? Haven't we already seen that? So a triple threat for that belt maybe makes sense. Now, as far as him saying what's going to happen after Chamber, that would be fucking wild, but then that would make sense on why it's a triple threat, because if Io wins it and then Liv wins the Chamber and then Rhea goes, well, I'm cashing in my rematch clause at Mania, then it gets made a triple threat. So spoilers! I should have hit a fucking spoiler alert. That seems pretty sensible, right? So Ripley versus Bianca. So Mania's going to end with 35-year Io. Yeah? Everyone's 40. Like, yeah. What do you mean? Everyone's 35 in WWE. Yeah, bro. Yes. 45 in wrestling isn't the same as it was when we were coming up. You know what I mean? It's crazy seeing Bianca wearing grills. But no, it's not Bianca, guys. There's some sort of fucking thing with Jade and Naomi and Bianca and the tag titles. But here's my thing, too. I thought Liv and Raquel would go against Naomi and Bianca at Mania. Like, I thought that would be you just milk it. But no, I think what Husey's saying could make sense. Or that's the swerve. They say WWE listens to everything. Whatever. I motherfuckers like, oh yeah, they listen, bro. Yeah, no, Matt Morgan even says, he's like, bro, they're listening, bro. Trust me. It's like, listen, and I don't even believe. Let's say they're not. I don't give a fuck. But let's say this is how they get it out to the IWC. So you guys go repeat it, and then it catches traction, and then they go, nope, we're gonna swerve you. I could believe we're all getting work too. That's why I talk about it. That's why I bring everything to the show. So I bring everything to the show, and I psychoanalyze it more than I worry about. Is this the headline of the week? Anyways, that's my justification for that. But Hughesy's at least a guy where it's like, he's talking with guys. Like, people call Conan. We know who calls Conan in WWE, right? Like, he knows. He's asking questions. He's not afraid to ask. People do interviews on his show and shit. So, dude, I love Seth's gear now. Like, he kind of went back. It's like a cross between fancy Seth, but just like tights with the kicks, like old school Seth. I love that shit, man. When he was doing the Young Buck thing for a minute and some of his gears were just getting out there. I like when it's just like fancy Seth, but also just sort of back to when he was that architect dude. I know a lot of people, I've said it on the show before, people hated on like Seth and Sting when Seth had both the belts and he was fighting Sting, and they're like, that was terribly booked. I love that era for Seth. I felt like he got really over there with me. And like Sting was the right guy. Like, who does he come in and work with? Triple H more? No. Now, should Sting have won that match? Yes. But like, Sting should work with a guy like Seth. Of course, I don't know. I don't know if Seth actually hurt fucking Sting. There's a conspiracy as well that was floating around years ago that Sting like wasn't actually hurt, or he's like, yeah, I'm hurt, so I'm retired. And then he knew he'd be coming back, but he didn't want to go back to WWE. So he just fucked off to AEW. And he sort of used that as a way out, Yeah, Junior Star. Here's the thing, though. Who's the most over people? So, like, yeah, let's just put Braun Breaker. Like, all these idiots are like Braun versus Jacob at Mania or whatever. Like, fucking world title or have fucking. It's like, okay, we don't need to hotshot that. Like, let's say Braun and Jacob throw down a Mania. Sweet. I'm not hating on that. What I'm saying, like, for the IC belt, what I'm saying is, like, we don't need to rush matches that are going to be main events and shit. In the next, like, 5 years, a bunch of these talents are going to go. Like, how old's Seth? How old's fucking Gunther? Look up his age. Like, everybody's in their mid to later 30s. That's what NXT provides as well. A place to go get seen by almost 1 million people on TV, make a name for yourself, learn how to do TV, still do big-ass shows, cross paths with main roster people, make a good living, and do that into your late 20s now. Some people into their 30s as well, you know? And it provides that opportunity because now they're getting more longevity out of superstars. I would prefer that. I would prefer less wrestlers be crippled and look like old men when they're fucking 40. You know, I'm glad AJ can work into his 40s. He's not tired. If he was blown up and shitty and gassed out, we'd go get it out of here. But that's not the case. You know, fucking AJ's still cooking. He's in his shreddy, eddiest form. Right? Fucking... You know what I mean? AJ looks like fucking he absorbed the Android 16 and 17. You know? He's in like perfect fucking cell form, dude. And so we don't need to see him go anywhere. That's why Cena winning the world title too. Like, I don't care if it doesn't happen. He's the GOAT of everything else. Does he have to beat Flair's record? No. He doesn't fucking have to. Someone else could do that, you know? I don't care. If he does, great. If he doesn't, sweet. If he wins the world title, I'm not mad at it. Cena's still over, but I don't need to see him win it. I don't fucking care. There's 1 million other people who could hold the belts right now. So yeah, I'm not worried about anyone's age right now unless they're washed up, bloated, looking like shit. People going, oh, like for the future of the company. Yeah. So what? They hold the belt for 2 years, then drop it, then maybe get another run with it. Like it's pro wrestling. Roman held it for fucking 4 or 5 years there. Not everyone's going to do that, you know? And not everyone who does that needs to be 21 years old. And if you get, here's the other thing too, you got to realize people who are 40 go, oh, if I knew what I knew now when I was 20, I'd fucking, okay. So keep these wrestlers long in their careers so that when they're 40, they can still perform like they're, let's say 30, you know, hopefully. And then they can apply that knowledge. And then that's why you're seeing fucking Drew and Punk cook the way they're cooking and shit. You know, that's why you're seeing Sammy and Kevin Owens like telling great stories and all this sort of shit. So, and I'm not just singling you out and harping on you, brother, but yeah, the young champions, that's great, but they have all the time in the world, right? The records they're going after is 16-time world champion. Well, you need fucking 10 years to get there, you know? So they got lots of time.
This is our main event. Will it be Finn Balor? Will it be Seth Rollins?
Yeah, but Rhea, Tiffy, Mariah May, and Toni Storm. Yeah, here's the thing, though. Rhea and fucking Tiffy in a whole other stratosphere compared to Toni and Mariah. And I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm not, like, here's the thing. Don't ever do this thing where we fucking play absolutes here. I fully agree. But listen, and you're also switching to women now. Women and men peak differently at different things. Like, I would say the overall age of the women is younger than the men. I bet if we could run a statistic, someone asked Grok or something, I bet the overall age of the women on the main roster of WWE is younger than the men. I'm willing to put money on that. But I'm not saying it can't happen. But if we're talking about the dudes, like all the top dudes are 40. And in AEW, they're 50, you know, and 40. So that's just how it is now. There's more longevity and talent. So, yes, I'm not saying like, oh, you're wrong and 25-year-olds can't run shit. But having a money match, like Io is a big name, Liv's a big name, Rhea's a big name. Rhea and Charlotte we thought would be the match. No, it's Charlotte and Tiffy. So you're like, oh, we're going to have Liv and Rhea be the champ. You're also discrediting the fact that on the other side, you have Charlotte and Tiffy, and then Rhea would be in that triple threat too. Two of the women you're naming who are on top, you know? So that's an aspect of it. But yeah, no, I'm not saying absolutely 20-year-olds can't do shit. Like, yeah, Austin Theory beat fucking Cena when he was like, how old was he? 22, 21? But it's like no one's clamoring for AJ to go away. No one wants Seth to go away. No one wants Roman or Cody to go away. We're all like, more of them, So it's just different with the dudes right now. But even the women, like Asuka's older. I want her to come back. I ain't tired of Asuka. And that's the thing, too, that's the point I'm trying to make, too. Sorry. Just to cap that off. Charlotte can main event one more WrestleMania before we're like, okay, enough of that. One or two she has in her belt. Rhea can main event 4 more of them and set the guy record or the record like the guy like Roman Reigns has 13 or he beat Hogan's record or whatever the fuck. Rhea could set that and like tie the guy's record or whatever for the next 10 years of her life. Charlotte, Asuka, they don't have Io. That's why you do it now because they got like 3. Io's got like 2 manias where she's the main event, I think, left before it's like, okay, you got all these women, Julia, like you got all Stephanie, all these women coming down the pipe, right? So I agree with you. It's like getting to that time. Now it's about that time to bring forth the rhythm and the rhyme. So yes, that's why you do it now. Like this last 1 or 2 times you got with Charlotte, you got to do it now. And same with Io. And then Liv, I don't know. How old's Liv? She's like 20 something, right? Like 20. She even 30? She might not even be 30. I feel like Liv gives off energy that she's older than she looks, actually, though. Like maybe she's 32 and I'm just tripping,
World title, which would break Ric Flair's record, seen in time with Flair at this point in time. Rollins now with a big forearm to the face of Balor instead of trying to turn things around. Now, one of these men will join the group of 5 that I just mentioned. Breaker there from Seth freaking Rollins.
Hell yeah, dude. These guys are cooking too, Finn and Seth. We'll do some more hot news here in a sec. Oh, this is the main event too, ain't it? In it. Well, what we'll do is we'll fucking we'll go over to Dynamite Dave just when this match is done cooking. That's what we'll do. And then Wednesday I'll just do all the AEW stuff and updates on everything. Liv is 30. There you go. In it. Yeah. Here we go. Finn's cooking. Oh, dude, that was a nasty single leg to the knee. He might have legit hyperextended that knee pretty badly. Oh, then he kicks out the leg. No, they're selling. They're working. Good shit, pal.
Matchup. That means once you're eliminated, you head back to the locker room. Last man standing. WrestleMania main event against Cody Rhodes for the WWE title.
Liv is so hot in Stevie Richards shorts. Ha ha ha. So yeah, this Raw definitely cooked. I got to go back, or maybe I'll just go on YouTube and I'll just watch like the Sammy Pierce thing. I want to see that in full again. Everything else is like whatever. I know Kai was fucking wrestling her ass off and shit. Another great PWT live show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This one flew by, man. Holy fuck. Oh. And then think about Ring of Honor. The last 2 shows is Jericho hosting like the best matches from the Jericho Cruise, and then the episode after is like what they taped at Grand Slam there. So I'm curious to see. George, I like sparking. Yeah, no, I like that too. I like when motherfuckers challenge what I got to say sometimes here too, you know? 'Cause it helps me formulate and work out the shit. But I just think the age thing, we've already been there and broken that down a while back when everyone was shitting on the main roster for like of WWE. So there was a bit there where everyone was like, you know, so it's like, yeah, I in my sleep, I could sort of debunk that one, you know? Damn, they're really working this leg over, fucking tossing him onto the announce table, that real solid, hard as a rock announce table. Yeah, who's gonna be in? It's got to be Seth. No, I feel like Roman could take on Punk or Seth at Mania. Could be either, or a three-way, like people were speculating. That would make a lot of sense. There's so many good options. Okay, commercial break for you fools. So, yeah, they're just outside the ring. I'll call the action. Don't worry, chat. The main event's in full effect here. What? Let me see. So, yeah, they're Finn's back in the ring. Rollins is getting the 10-count treatment. And I am looking over here just to see, because in case there's anything in AEW news that I'm like, this has to be said. Nah, fuck it. This can all wait. Yeah, this AEW news can all wait. Yeah, we'll do a Dusty Dave, a demented Dave. Dave the Dutchman, the Flying Dutchman. Okay, so Seth breaks the count, and Balor's just stomping through. I've noticed in the Netflix era, too, they don't really take, like, yes, they do the commercial breaks. They kind of brawl outside and they milk it a bit, but they do less of that. Like, motherfuckers will do dives, or they're really do spots where you're like, okay, this is sort of seems a little crucial to this match during the commercials. Now, they don't do all the crazy shit. Like, he's just working them over on the ropes here. Right? Finn and Seth are profesh. They know what they're doing, but they don't go as light during the commercials because they know, like, a bunch of people are watching. This isn't the Vince era. Everyone just stop and talk. Woo! Chopping each other back and forth. A kick, a snap mirror off the knees into a headlock. And we're back down to the mat, grinding them out. A rest hold. Oh, there's too many rest holds. Dutch oven Dave. I smell my own farts and other people's. Especially Tony Khan.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody made the joke like, oh, AEW using that fucking Micro Brawlers wrestling ring or whatever. What was that show called? Micro Brawlers? Or is that like a Lego or something? I always say the wrong name for stuff. I'm sick right now, okay? I feel like it has to be Seth. Yeah, I can't wait for that watch along, dude. It's going to be fucking fun. A big filled out building, filled up arena. Arriba. So Roxanne's in the fucking chamber, which is pretty crazy too, right? So she's just getting a push on the main roster. She showed up and showed out in that match. She's going to show up and show out at the chamber too, hopefully. She won't win the shit, but I say, though, they at WrestleMania Night 1 and Night 2, they should have a women's battle royal and a men's battle royal if they have a bunch of people left over. Just fuck it. Night 1, do a women's. Night 1, do a man. Or Night 2, do a man's, or vice versa. And then you have, you just do it on, like, the kickoff. You know the kickoff's going to be, like, 40 hours. And you either do it on the kickoff or you just... Yeah, because, like, we don't need it on the PLE, but I'm super down. Headlines. So at the bottom on the ticker here, Sami Zayn not medically cleared, asked for unsanctioned match versus KO at Elimination Chamber, gets it. So guys, I was off. I thought they would milk it till Mania, and then Sami would go, we want an unsanctioned, right? Because I told you guys it'll be a ladder, tables, flip through shit, and everybody hits all their moves off ladders and shit to the outside of the ring, like ROH Steen versus Generico match. I was saying that. I thought for sure they'd save it for Mania. But no, they're going to do it at Chamber, so okay. That just makes me wonder, like, what the fuck are KO and Sami going to do at Mania? It just seems like they're freeing up too many people. Like, they're doing some of these matches at Mania or at Chamber where it's like, or at least that one there where it's like, dude, milk that shit and, you know, have them just be explosive. Like, they can't be in the same building. They get in a brawl at the fucking Hall of Fame ceremony. Like, you just have those two guys milk it. And then finally the WWE goes, fuck it, at Mania, an unsanctioned match or so. I don't know. Maybe they obviously have a plan. I'm not going to shit on the booking when the booking's been so good and I can fantasy mark book all day. Doesn't make it better. There are fireflies in the crowd tonight, though. I wonder if the Wyatt Six are lurking or looming. I wonder if they're setting something up that people in the arena can see, but we cannot hear from TV land because the fucking fireflies are out in droves, dude. We got fucking Seth. He chops Finn's leg. How is Phil a Canadian not understanding this? No, I get it, dude. It's a big match in Canada, but listen, Mania greater than hometown hero match. You guys know I don't give a fuck about that. Oh, they're in here's the thing. Here's where Tony Khan fucked up, right? He had every Aussie lose but Tony Storm. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so now 2 Canadians got to fight, 1 Canadian's got to win and get a big pop. Both of them will get pops. Like, you might run into some shit where both of them get cheered there. That's the fucking problem, too. So it's like, I don't know. I just have them both do different shit at the Chamber then. You know? Have them both be in the fucking Chamber match and brawl it out and carry it on. I just want to see that unsanctioned thing in fucking... Sami Zayn could show up in Canada and have a nothing match with Dominic Mysterio and the roof would blow off the place for him. Now, I'm not saying don't give Canadians what they asked for, but they're already getting the Chamber. You know what I mean? That's like a huge... That itself sells the event. So, yes, maybe I'm a traitor or a hater on my own kind, buddy. But, no, I get that, but that's like, okay, Trisha's on the card, too. Teaming with Tiff. Why you fucking hot? Like, you know, we need to hotshot book every Canadian guy just because we're there. Fuck that. You know, I don't agree with that either. So I'll criticize the shit. See, I keep it real. Where's the elite stance calling me a federalis, a fed drone, you know? The lights went out? I don't know. I didn't see them go out. No, just everyone in the crowd shining their fucking blue lights. There was no, I'm just telling you, like, they maybe see someone at the stage setting something up. I don't fucking know, but everyone was flashing their fireflies, dude. The lights did not go out. You can still see some people do it if you look behind Finn and Seth, but there was way more of them. Like, it spread around the crowd for a second. So I was like, okay, what's going on? Are Wyatt Six coming out?
Then again, back to the midsection.
I did not like the hometown crowd reaction. Yeah, you obviously need hometown crowd, but here's the thing you guys don't know. They're both here. Let me spit some Canada game on you motherfuckers. They're both from Montreal, and that shows in Toronto as well. Toronto and Montreal fucking hate each other. Hate each other. Do you understand that? They fucking detest each other. So Trust me when I say that's not a thing. Like Trish in Toronto, okay, she's from Ontario. Like fucking Quebec and Ontario, they got beef, bro. You know, Quebec beefs with the rest of all of Canada. So Montreal and Toronto have historic beef, sports rivalries, everything. So yeah, that doesn't matter. That's like being like, oh man, the hometown. This is what you guys don't fucking get. When you guys are like Calgary, Alberta, Canada, that's like saying Detroit, Michigan, United States. That's like saying fucking oh, Seth's a hometown guy because they're in fucking California when he's from Iowa or whatever. No, he's not. MJF's from New York. LA's different than New York. Toronto's different than Montreal, bro. You know what I mean? So I get what you guys are saying. Yes, the Canadian fans, I'm just telling you, you don't need to do that match at the Chamber. You do that shit at Mania. That's for Mania. That's my opinion. Sticking to it. Okay, Jesus, I didn't know Phil was gonna have a freak out. No, I'm not having a freak out. I'm just going. Let's go, bro. We're just chatting that shit, you know? I gotta hold it down. Hawk to a Phil over here. Yeah. Chat spitting facts. Yeah, dude. Phil gets what you're saying, but F you. No, I'm just going off tonight. We're having fun tonight. I thought this was a really fun show. I'm going off on everybody, going off on chat. It's a good time. I don't hold any personal grudge. I know you motherfuckers don't get it, but no, that's why I'm here to break it down for you guys. You know what I'm saying? It's the most normal I've seen high talk in chat. Son's gimmick. I'm just looking through fucking chat here. EC in Toronto, they had to do it there. LOL. Yeah. No, they didn't have to do it there, bro. Canada. That's right, buddy. You're in the right place, guy. Play Terrence and Phillip reruns here. That's a real show. No, I'm just joking. The Fireflies. Yeah, you saw it too. As a part-time Canadian, I agree. Yeah, it's just different. You know, it's like it's we're not all from, it's, you know, some people are East Coast, some people are West Coast. The best Fed is Phil Marks.
Man, this is gonna war. Absolute war.
Dino Bravo got popped in Canada. Okay.
Disaster perhaps for Rollins. Balor, top rope. Put across to the back ribs. Big Balor into the cover.
Damn, two. Oh, shit. Rolls him up. Oh, shit. Crippler crossface. He calls it the crippler crossface. Oh, shit. That's what I mean, dude. Yeah, Finn about to upset fucking Seth over here, dude. Stomp, dude. Dunn did what now? Bruin fans hate both of them? Yeah. Yeah, Dino had a singles win over Bret Hart. Yeah, amazing match. Mike picked up what I was laying down. Stomp. Yeah, that was an awesome fucking match. You guys could tell I was locked in, man. Finn got that dog in him. Yeah, dude, look at that all-star cast, as Cole puts it. Priest, Paul, Cena, Punk, Drew, Seth. I mean, god damn. That is amazing. When is this shit? When's the Chamber? I don't even know what day it is. Is it this Saturday? March 1. Couple weeks yet. Yeah, that's going to be amazing. That stream is going to be awesome. Except Priest. Yeah, well, he's a star. I hope they don't use an Australian ring. Yeah, March 1st. Thanks, guys. Seth is the only person I don't want to see in there. I wonder why. Why is that, Lincoln Hawk? So one more Raw before Chamber. A couple weeks. We got a shorter month here in February. Yeah, TNA Live Thursday is going to be good as fuck. Yeah, that'll be good too. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so round of applause for Raw. Overall, that was a really good episode, really good wrestling. Again, just continuing everything along. We know who's going to be in the chamber. Any one of those guys could lay a claim to any of the champions. Well, obviously Cody Rhodes. And yeah, I'll give it a fucking round of applause. I don't know what to call that, an A+, maybe not an A+, but I just want to watch that Pierce Sammy thing. 9 out of 10. Yeah, I'll give it like a 9 out of 10. Could be something like that. So everybody, I want to see flutes in the chat, please and thank you. I want to see flutes in the chat before we wrap up this evening, this lovely, lovely evening here. Netflix and Phil on Monday nights, right? Let me see. So we got a couple good ones here, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see flutes in the chat because it is time for everybody's favorite segment. And it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. So to kick things off, we have a Brian, right? So this guy asks, is Brian Alvarez okay? Jason G from the SAT. And here's Brian responding to everyone after he posted the tremendous Netflix ratings. Everybody was responding to him going like double ouch, ouch, triple ouch. And Alvarez was responding to each person like, someone help this fella. Alvarez he thinks that he's like weeding out people who don't get jokes or something. No, dude. That's not what's happening, right? What you're doing is just showing like how fucking out of touch and unfunny and how people interpret you now, dude. That's the thing. You have so much stink on you. You don't get to continue to be this condescending prick when everyone's calling you and Dave out for being condescending pricks about shit. And then, yeah, he responds to everyone, even the same person twice. Someone help this fella. Someone help this fella. He even went to Neckbeards. Neckbeards ratioed him. Look, triple ouch. Someone help this fella. Someone help this fella. Someone help this fella. Like, what are you doing, bro? This is so fucking cringe, Brian. Yeah. But these guys need some help. They need some milk. Shout out Eric Bischoff over here. So Dave Meltzer goes at Glenn Gilberti and just goes so hard body on him. And it's like, for Dave to call somebody brain dead, which he's about to do to Glenn, is one of the funniest things ever. That's the pot calling the kettle black if I've ever fucking heard it in my life. So Glenn Gilberti responds to some randoms and goes, so they are still down, they're still double from USA Network. And then fucking Meltzer pipes in, are you brain dead? I know, redundant question. So just called him brain dead. You are comparing numbers from the entire world to that of one country. Anyways, ask your buddy for the article about it. Tony Khan. And then Glenn is like, Disco says, the weekly we're doing around 1.5 mil on USA and millions weekly on other platforms. I doubt the 1.5 million number has changed much on Netflix because the attendance and revenue metrics are still through the roof, which is what matters regardless of your narrative. Yeah, Dave, what he said is the numbers on Netflix are still roughly double what just the USA numbers were. Are you brain dead? You're comparing the numbers up. No, he's not comparing. Or maybe it's a comparison, but all he's saying is he's literally stating a fact. Glenn is just saying, so the worldwide numbers are double, basically, still, of what they were just doing on USA alone. That's all he said, which is a fact, okay? And then Dave just goes off and exactly, the 1.5 hasn't really changed, and he is just saying, so they're still doing double from just that number is roughly about what they're doing, right? About 3 million. And then Dave just conflates it into this other thing. Now, I get how you could conflate it to that, But this is what we mean. Like, Dave, he's not even talking to you. He's responding to other people, 2KJ Stewart and Sammy Wartell and all these other randos in the IWC. And then you just pipe in like, are you brain dead? Because you're reading this and just waiting to jump on something that fucking isn't ridiculous. And then you want to try and make it ridiculous. And in turn, you make yourself look ridiculous like you always do. So I just quote tweeted it and I was like, Meltzer calling other people brain dead is fucking rich. So here's a throwback, Dave Meltzer. This is from at Let's Join 73, says the idea of a gimmick based on the comic book character of the Crow came from the mind of Scott Hall. He originally pitched the idea to Vince McMahon in the WWF. According to Dave Meltzer, Al Snow was considered for the gimmick, but changed plans and never used. Al Snow goes, never knew. So just like a very subtle throwback owning of Dave Meltzer, dude. Hilarious. You gotta love when that happens. So Dave Meltzer says this about Josh Alexander, right? He says Josh Alexander reportedly signed with the highest bidder when deciding between AEW and WWE. So Dave here, just like a bumblefucking idiot, doesn't actually definitively say where he goes, but he says like, oh, he probably went to this place though, which is like, who gives a shit what he's probably doing? Like, what is he doing? Or just don't even tell us and let him show up type shit, you know? But Celcy Melcy over here just goes, well, he's reportedly signed with the highest bidder when deciding. And then he just says like, well, it's whichever one's the highest, probably AEW. It's just like, what the fuck? I don't know. Do you guys get why that's annoying? Dave, just don't say anything then because you don't know. And like, okay, probably AEW, but for him to come out and just say this like he knows any news, when this is other people's news, mind you. Dave is coming out and saying this after other people came out and said like, oh, he's apparently got a deal. He signed his deal with whoever bid it highest or whatever the fuck. It's not even Dave's news. So Dave is like, he was going to go to AEW or WWE, and it looks like AEW, but I do know two things. Number one, he has decided where he was going. And number two, Tony Khan. No, it was to whoever the highest bidder was for him. So the story that it's AEW, but I know those were the two key decisions pointed. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ. The story is that it's AEW, but I know that it's whoever bid it gave him more money, which is likely AEW, but I don't know that, but it's probably that. Dave, just shut the fuck up then. Holy fuck, man. Anyways, providing the best for his family was key, and you know, somebody offered a better deal than the other, and that's the one he took. So what Dave is doing here is he knows that people like myself, he's heard these Dave Meltzer segments, and he's aware of your boy Phil, and he knows that people like myself point out how Dave is trying to push this narrative of like, well, the better deal is this. I mean, hey, Nathan Frazier, you'd get the better deal from Tony. I mean, and he's always pushing this out there, right? And he also gets criticized by me and other folk for like, Dave, especially me though. Dave, you stooge all the shit. Like you stooge Danielson's coming in, you stooge Edge's coming in, you stooge when people are bad. You stooge all their big fucking debuts. So Dave is stooging it right here, but he's trying to paint this narrative like, well, the only thing he considered was what was better. And I mean, they're giving better deals here at AEW because Tony Khan. That's all he's doing right now. So he basically stooged it, but he's trying to go, well, I don't know, but I mean, it's probably
the best guy is Tony Khan.
Because he thinks he genuinely thinks he's helping AEW. He's not. He's fucking hurting it so badly, man. And he thinks it helps him and he gets gratification doing this. So that's why he's doing this gross, weird thing. But he just needs to shut the fuck up. So Dave Meltzer gets into it and gets bullied by Bully Ray. Okay. So here is Bubba Ray Dudley. It was funny too, that BJ Ray guy in LFG. He's like, well, I think you're a bully, Bubba. And it's like, well, he is Uncle Bully, you know. But here's Bubba Ray on Busted Open. Shout them out. He dismisses the importance of having a 5-star match because the only rating that matters is money. Now, Dave will, of course, spurg out and fucking refute this. Meanwhile, he's the one who has tweets saying, the money, the attendance money matters or whatever, and the only thing that matters is the overall viewership. And then he goes on to say, well, the key demo matters, and then he's like, oh, how much money the show makes is what matters. And then he moves the goalpost. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if they move from a stadium, they made $1 million. Like, it's always that cope. So he's of course going to defend this out of nowhere to Wrestle Talk, like, again, insert himself in this shit to look fucking stupid and get owned by Bully. So here's Bubba dismissing 5 stars. As we know, they're fucking goofy and stupid. And Dave, again, well, they're just my opinion. Then why do you care if people say they don't matter? Because in Dave's mind, they do matter, and he's the objective. We covered it here on the show 2 fucking years ago, right? Almost. Meltzer covers this shit and says that his stars are objective truth. I've given matches I don't even like more stars because objectively they're just good. He's so full of shit. These aren't his opinion stars in his opinion. They're objective stars in his opinion. And to these fucking sickos who vote on the shit, here's Bubba's take on it.
The most important rating you can ever get on your match is how much money you made for your match. I've said it 100 times. I'd rather have a 5-0 match than a 5-star match. Because if there's 5 zeros on my check, I made a lot of money, and I can pay my car payment, and I can pay my mortgage. 5 stars on my match does absolutely nothing. 0.
The 5-star match to me is non-existent. It doesn't exist in my world, and nor should it ever. According to, I've never had a 5-star match, according to one person. But I will tell you this.
And Dave will always say, well, I mean, if the fans in the building are happy, that's what matters. I mean, the fans are hot. They're so hot. Exactly. So Tommy Dreamer had some of the hottest crowds ever in wrestling history for some of the shit he did in DCW. But you don't factor it in for there because it doesn't fit your fucking narrative. Because these guys disagree with you. Speaking about Dave, shout out Dreamer, LaGreca, Bubba, and Busted Open.
You go by the crowd, right? Dave, I've been to a lot of wrestling shows as a fan. I've watched so many wrestling shows. I would say Hulk Hogan had a 5-star match every night. And once that leg hit, everybody went nuts when he was a babyface and your WWE champion. Hulk Hogan had a 5-star match every night because everybody went home excited.
That's exactly it. Whereas some of those AEW matches, like, some of these spots will be forgotten tomorrow. A lot of that Grand Slam shit, tell me some of the spots. Like, people were just laughing about the ring and shit. That's what I mean. Like, we see so much. AEW throws so much shit at us that nothing stands out because it's all, you know, it's just the same fucking. I've seen Ospreay do a crazy fucking flip pile driver 400 times, you know, this month, let alone at this show. But Meltzer responds and goes, did he also say AEW is the second most successful pro wrestling company of all time? So see, he immediately makes it about AEW. So Dave reads that, exposes his dumb ass self by fucking making it about AEW himself. This is why we know you're a fucking shill, because Dave gives too much stars to AEW. And he knows it. And he knows that what he's trying to commit here, what he's perpetrating. And so he sees this clip and makes it about AEW. And then he makes it about something else entirely. Doesn't matter. They weren't talking about success. They were talking, well, they kind of were. They're like, what the number that matters is what the house drew. So Dave wants to go, well, their TV deal from a company that gives notorious bad TV and money and movie deals and comic book deals. Notoriously. That every economist is like, this company's about to dissolve and break down into separate entities, or not like entities, but it's going to be like, these people are going to do this over here, blah, 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 blah. They're going to downsize more than they already have. Look at how much WBD's downsized the last fucking 2 years, as far as like 3 years, even as far as like everything, comic books all the way up. Just look at it, man. So they just lost NBA for fuck's sakes. You know, they just lost Shaq. Shaq was cussing up a storm. Fuck it, it's our last show. But yeah, so Dave goes on this insane, stupid, fucking defensive Shill. This is when people go, you're shill. He wasn't even talking about AEW. So he goes, did he also say AEW is the second most successful pro wrestling company of all time? Since if the only metric is money, AEW over the next 3 years is guaranteed more financially successful than any company in history. He keeps saying this. Than any company in history, than WWE. Also, did he mention all the great wrestling I saw in ECW over the years? Didn't matter since it never turned a profit or drew crowds over 5,500. Right, so Bubba Ray said that. Tommy, which I guess is why he didn't mix it up with Dave, gave a different perspective and said we go by the crowd as well. If he did, I credit him for consistency and learning the knowledge from the great promoters of the past. Listen to what Dave said about Bubba Ray, one of the greatest tag team champions in the history of fucking pro wrestling. The greatest. Did he study the whatever? If he did, I credit him for consistency and learning the knowledge from the great promoters of the past. Dave, all the great promoters were trying to get money, bro. You're fucking coping. You're a dumb moron. Bully's forgotten more about wrestling while taking a shit this morning than you've ever known ever in your fucking life. Okay? Period. Insane. Consistently learning the knowledge. Dave, you didn't know, and I know this is about TV shit, but since you want to just bring up random nothing, Dave, you didn't know Video Amp did the numbers for Netflix until I made fun of you for it on this show. Really think about that, bro. What are you learning or studying? You don't know shit. What Fed have you ever booked, bro? Oh, I was right about a bunch. Yeah, me too, though. Right? So I predict things too because it's wrestling, bro. So many outcomes. It's storytelling. So there's so many outcomes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you idiot? Bully Ray responds and goes, money greater than stars. So pretty please with sugar on top. Shut the fuck up. Kiss hug. Uncle Bully. P.S. I gave my tweet 5 stars. Would have been 7 if I sent it from the Tokyo Dome.
Dummy. Yeah.
Cook some. PSS. TLC 2. 5 money bags. PSS. SSSSS. Kurt Angle has had many 5-star matches. PSSSSSS. Brush your hair. PSSSSSS from Phil Marks. Fucking clean your room, Dave. Jesus Christ, that's a fire hazard in there, bro. And the way Bully just fucking flamethrowered you. Keep your head on a swivel in that bitch, man. That thing will go up in flames. Yeah, so I responded to that. Yeah, Dave didn't even know Netflix used Video Amp to tabulate viewership until I roasted him on my show for it 3 weeks ago. So Meltzer responds and goes, you're literally arguing with someone who agreed with you. Just asking if you use that argument across the board or only selectively. See, Dave thinks he can do gotchas. You can't, Dave. So Bully goes, Dave, I'm literally busting your balls. It's all good. Maybe I should have added more. Come on, Busted Open or Bode After Dark one day night. I'm sure fans would love to hear me and you have a semi-civil discussion. I dare ya, XO, Uncle Bully. Bully, you're stealing my move, bro. I blow kisses to haters. What the fuck? Stealing my shit? Listen to PWT confirmed?
Emotional damage.
No. But listen. Dave is just a young sweetie, and he didn't respond to this, I guarantee. He'll never take them up on that. He won't go on there, because unlike some fucking people, allegedly, and shout them out, but Bully will hold Dave's feet to the fire. Tommy will, Nick Nemeth will, etc. Yeah, and we have something unrelated where Will Ospreay's like, apologize, bruv. We'll cover it on Wednesday. To David LaGreca, like just being a moisty ass. And we're going to get into that next show. But yeah, Bully just cooks them and dares them to come on the show. He won't fucking do it. He won't go on. He won't even phone in. Last minute flutes. I added this while I was on the air, like getting ready about to hit live or whatever. Oh yeah, and here's from Mike Glass. Look at this great fucking Sidious with like a throne of fucking flutes. That's amazing. Anyways. Pro Wrestling World posted this. This is a quote from Meltzer. These are Meltzer quotes about Grand Slam, okay? So Dave Meltzer goes, but this is exact verbatim too, so it's going to be really funny. He goes, but that's still like for a WWE stadium show historically is fine, especially for Brisbane, you know? It's like, I'm sure I'd have to look it up, but I mean, it's probably, it was the biggest gate ever in Brisbane, Australia for wrestling. See? Oh, I mean, WWE probably is the biggest ever. Dave, shut the fuck up. So he just makes up. It was like the biggest. I'd have to check. Probably WWE, but it was the biggest ever in the history. How do you just claim that after you just said, I have to fucking check? You idiot. And it's probably the biggest attendance in years and years and years. I think WWE, I know WWE did 11,000 many, many years ago, for a show. But you look at it like, Hogan and Flair did 2,600 in that. I think it was that same building, actually. Dave, Hogan and Flair did 20. He's trying to say they're bigger than Hogan and Flair when Hogan and Flair were two old 50-year-old fall apart motherfuckers way past their prime. No one wanted to see them. Hogan was doing Captain America or Mr. America shit on SmackDown. Dave, you're not about to say, compare it to Hogan and Flair disingenuously and say, well, AEW outdrew Hogan Flair when they're both old fucking on their last match tour. Motherfucker. Fuck. And he's like, WWE did 11,000 many, many. What about the Elimination Chamber they just did over there, Dave? What about it? Well, Brisbane. Okay, but it's Australia. Like, you want to lump all of Australia together when it benefits AEW? Well, they're just moving the show to Brisbane. But you don't want to fucking do that when it comes to saying these bullshit, comparing them to Hogan and Flair. That's what we're doing now, buddy. I'm so baffled that that's like the low he's stooping to, is that now they're Hogan and Flair level draws anywhere. I think it was in that same building. The show was a success. It wasn't the success that they had hoped for it to be, obviously, but it's still a success. So it wasn't the success that they hoped for it to be, but it was still a success. To who? You? You have to say that, Dave. Well, in my mind, it was a success. So if it wasn't the success that they hoped for, but it was a success to you, that's cool, but then don't say it was a success. Because I would argue, yeah, it was a success, probably even for them. But no, you're just stooging because we know you text Tony. They don't feel like it was even a success. Dave's stooging it. That's the problem with Ringgate. All the shit we know about the ring is now because everyone got so defensive and stooged everything. To where Awful was able to respond back and rebut, to where people, these high up motherfuckers, are deleting their tweets that has to do with this shit. As far as like wrestling media, shills, if you want to call them that, Meltzer, whoever the fuck. Right? Awful's got everyone backed into corners with this whole ring fucking situation. Everybody's freaking out about it. Why? Because they start stooging shit, and then he's able to like backtrack and go, oh, so Fletcher, they did get Fletcher. So the guy who's in my DMs telling me all this shit is probably right about other shit he's saying too, that I didn't fucking, you right? Do you guys not get how we do this detective work? Like, it's called throwing shit at the wall and seeing if it sticks. It's just called sleuthing. And everyone wants to act like they don't do that. Why? Just because fucking someone calls Sap on the phone and tells him some shit, and then he verifies it from a second source, and then that's better? That's better sleuthing? And then he gets to go, no, I just gossip and sell dick pills. That's okay sleuthing, but Awful what he does isn't okay when people come to him. I get came to with a bunch of shit as well. So that's all Awful did. He just says the shit, people react, they say too much. You talk too much. My boy, you never shut up, right? Matthew, where you at, Matthew Gregg? And so, yeah, dude, that's all that happens. So it gets stooged out. So when Dave's like, well, it wasn't a success they hoped for. Well, whoever said that? For all we know, Tony could be like, this was great. It was the best success I ever hoped for. But instead, Dave's just stooging that he knows, well, this didn't work out the way they wanted. Telling us more than we even needed to know. But it was a success to me. So Dave talks about it was a big success with a $1.3 million gate. While speaking, okay, he says it was the third highest gate in company history. And he goes, well, it should be Melbourne or Sydney when they return in 2026. You know, they'll draw better in those cities. How do you know? They might not, Dave, anymore. You just talk out of your bullshit ass. I mean, I think that like you go to like Rod Laver Arena and you probably, this is literally what he's saying too. This is quotes. If it's in a year, because you said 2026, so it's not even going to be this year. So Dave thinks because it's announced again way ahead of time, it's going to do more ticket sales than last time. How do you know that the little ring didn't turn people off? How do you know that not refunding and that they weren't actually pissed? They were happy they finally got to see their graps and just enjoyed it for what it was. How do you know that they're not going to go, no, because we got ripped off last time. I'm not doing this again. I'm waiting till the day of and getting my tickets for $100. You don't know. So Dave goes, so if they go in, a year or whatever, Melbourne or Sydney for the first time, I think that being established, it's not established. They did not establish shit. Dave thinks that was establishing shit. Last minute moving to another place. Well, if they go back to one of these places, they'll at least be able to, I think in those markets, get 15,000 people. You're such a clown, Dave. And it's, a big gate. I mean, it was the third biggest gate in the history of the company. I didn't get the final number, but, they'd passed. They were at 1.3 million at least on Thursday, 2 days ahead. How or why would he know if they're a private company unless he makes money from the company? How or why would Dave know unless he's looking at the books or someone's telling him or he's invested or something? It was not a big enough success to be a stadium show, but that's a big ask. Well, then why did they try to do a stadium show when everyone said they couldn't? And when they should have known logistically they couldn't. So they were going to do the stadium show with that little ass baby ring as well. That's what they want us to fucking believe too. Months ago, we said we ordered that ring. So months ago, when it was still a stadium and a pay-per-view, you were going to use that baby ass ring for a stadium and a pay-per-view.
You what?
Somebody lied.
Liar!
Somebody lied.
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar!
Right? So let's see here. I didn't get the okay. AEW is not a stadium product. Well, then why'd they try to book it? It really isn't. Most wrestling companies aren't stadium products. Very few, really, if you think about it. And most wrestling stadium shows historically, do 15, 20,000. I think if they... What? He just, again, I think that's a complete lie. If they'd stayed at the stadium, if they did 11,000 here, maybe they could have done 13, 14 at the stadium. Wouldn't have looked as good. Yeah, so then why do it? Why 10x the cost to have fucking 400 extra people there, Dave? You're just such a nincompoop, dumb fucking moron shill. This is why you're a shill. We'll never stop calling you a fucking shill. This is why. It's never going to stop, and this is why I continue to do this segment. And that was, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the motherfucking week. Let's go.
Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been about 4 hours. That was PWT Live Show. Keep an eye peeled for PWT Podcast episode 90. Make sure you tune in Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays. We go fucking live. You guys know the time. 6 Central, 7 Eastern, I believe. Thank you for tuning in. A round of applause to Chat and Awful for checking in tonight. Amazing show. Amazing stuff. I'm sick as fuck right now. I love you all. I hope that was a great show. Make sure you hit like. Make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you leave a comment. Make sure you hit dislike. Make sure you check out the Patreon. Make sure you support the channel. Become a member. Any of that sort of shit. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much. And take care of each other. Let the news pile up. Be sure to keep tagging me and shit. Check it in on each other. Join the Discord. That's all my plugs. It's been 4 hours. I'm sick. I love you all. And until next time, I'll see you all in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where to go. Tony Khan.
And a Game 6 is far more likely than a Game 7. And actually, there was only a 28.1%
Well,
chance.
it's time.